How are you? Great. Yeah, busy week. All week. Oh. Believe me, it's worse over here.
Communicated by the three of us, that's scary.
Audio check.
That works for us. Thank you.
Audio check.
You're gonna need them. I have more.
Good morning. This part's always awkward where everyone just stares at us while we start our computers up. Okay, good morning. Welcome to Docket 25-1213, application of the Connecticut Light and Power Company, DBA Eversource Energy, for order to securitize 2018 through 2023 catastrophic storm costs. My name is Tom Wheel. I'm the interim chairman of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. I'm joined today by my delightful colleagues, Vice Chairman David Arconti, Interim Commissioner Jan Beecher. Interim Commissioner Holly Cheeseman will be joining us, I think, a little later this morning, and Interim Commissioner Everett Smith is going to be listening remotely and then catching up on today's recording. We are here for an evidentiary hearing today in this proceeding. We have an agenda in front of us, and we will start with appearances from the parties and interveners, starting with Eversource.
Good morning, Commissioners. Vincent Pace on behalf of the Connecticut Light and Power Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, and I'm joined today by co-counsel Cheryl Kimball and Matthew Campbell of the law firm Keegan Werlin.
Thank you. OCC? You gotta start sitting closer to the mic, Kim.
Hi, good morning. Kim White with OCC. I'm joined by Counsel Coleman, Director Minikowski, and Attorney Prabisha Bandari.
Thank you. EOE?
Tom Lopez on behalf of EOE, and I'm joined by Counsel Alex Sahi. Thank you.
Thank you. Deep?
Good morning, Susie Nigro on behalf of DEEP, and I'm joined today by Sarah Butler, BETP's legal director.
Thank you. And AG's office?
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline McCormick on behalf of the Office of the Attorney General.
Thank you. And that's everyone who's on the agenda. Administrative matters. Does anyone have administrative matters before we begin?
Good morning, Chairman. Yes, I do have just a few administrative matters. The first matter we'd like to submit for your consideration is that since July, the company in discovery has identified a number of updates and corrections. And what we propose to do is on July 25th, we updated all of the exhibits to identify those updates and corrections. What we'd like to do for late file exhibit 1 in this proceeding would be all corrections and updates identified since that July 25th filing, including any identified in the hearings over the next few days, would consolidate in late file exhibit 1 using the format we used in the July 25th filing. So all CLMP exhibits would be updated accordingly. I did speak to EOE before today's hearing, and I believe, subject to check, they're amenable to that approach, and be happy to take any questions about that approach for late file 1.
Thank you. Does anyone have any objections or comments to that idea? Hearing none, that makes sense to me. So that seems like a reasonable way to proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The second matter is that we have a person on standby if it's helpful. We understand the goal is to try to be as efficient as possible out of respect for your time. So if we see as the hearings progress, it would be helpful to show something up on the monitors. We have somebody on standby and we can use that accordingly if you or others feel that would be helpful to move along cross-examination. Then the last matter to identify would be on today's first panel, I have 11 witnesses. I have 6 seated here at the table and the others are positioned either behind them or in the front row. And that's all I have for administrative matters. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I have a quick one, just acknowledging, we've now had 2 different discussions about scheduling for the docket generally and also potentially scheduling for the hearing based on the agenda cross estimates, which I know perhaps as well as anyone in this room, that cross estimates are only estimates. I was not great at providing them myself accurately. But adding them up, it does look like from the cross estimates in an imaginary world where that's exactly how long the hearing will take, we're not going to need as many days as are scheduled. So the thought right now, and we will just sort of play it by ear, is it would actually work better for the authority to potentially, I'll back up. I did see Eversource's second and third panel are only available Thursday and Friday. That's good, we can accommodate that. But the thought right now is potentially to take Thursday off and address those two panels on Friday, seeing that there's no reserve cross for those panels at all. So I think we should be safe just getting to those both on Friday. And then we keep the 2 additional days next week with the, as sort of discussed in the last scheduling conference, with the expectation that there is probably going to be follow-up from the hearing that has elapsed, that will have elapsed this week. Does that make sense to the company?
So after looking at my witnesses, I have no concerns from them. So that approach is acceptable to the company. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. And obviously, if on Wednesday, we still got a lot to go, we might need to use Thursday. I'm just sort of saying out loud, that's sort of what we're thinking might be what happens if that works. Lastly, before we start the hearing, I think maybe I've said this enough times that this isn't a surprise to the Eversource panel, but I have been trying to flag that commissioners might be jumping in with our own questions at any time during the hearing. We've either kind of during the actual cross-examination, primarily if we have kind of follow-up or clarifying questions about a question that's being asked, or sometimes we might have questions at the end. So just flagging if you hear sometimes I know if you hear a disembodied voice that isn't coming from over there, it can be confusing. It's coming from up here. And that's it for administrative matters. So, lastly, I did see that Eversource has an opening presentation that I would like to make. So we can take care of that. I was just thinking we could swear the panel first and then Eversource can present that as part of your direct. Does that work?
Yes, Chairman, that works. Thank you for that.
Okay. Do you want to introduce the very large panel and then we can get them sworn in?
Okay, starting with Mr. Sullivan, I'd like you to please work across the table. Just please identify your name and title for the record.
Steve Sullivan, President, Connecticut Electric Operations.
Mark Baldwin, Vice President of Emergency Preparedness for Eversource.
Chris Calorio, Vice President, Electric System Operations.
John DePaul Tromba, Vice President of Asset Management and Process Improvement.
Leanne Landry, Director of Investment Planning and Administration for Eversource Energy Services.
John Griffin, Director of Budgets and Financial Analysis.
For the remaining witnesses who are not at the table, I'd like you just to please stand and just in a loud, clear voice, please identify your title for the record. Mr. Hayhurst. Ms. Turner. Mr. Sherbo. Mr. Dykeman.
Craig Dykeman, Vice President of Supply Chain and Property Management for Eversource.
And Mr. Correa. Okay, the chair will now proceed to administer the oath, and I'll have them adopt their testimony after they've been sworn. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. If everyone who plans to testify today could just raise your right hand, I'll administer the oath as set forth in General Statutes 1-25. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? Thank you. The panel has been sworn, and Attorney Pace, if you want to proceed with adoption.
Yes, and to be efficient, I'm going to ask them to all answer in unison to avoid having to do it 11 times. So for each of the witnesses, did each of you sponsor pre-filed testimony and/or interrogatories in this proceeding? Respond by saying yes or no. Yeah. And do you have any modifications at this time to those materials? And do you adopt those materials as your sworn testimony under oath? Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. That completes the adoption. At this time, we'd like your permission to have Cassandra Dixon, who's a director with the company, approach the podium. And she's going to very briefly walk through a presentation just to ground everybody in terms of where to locate the materials in the record to help facilitate cross-examination. So with that, we'll turn it over to Ms. Dixon. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And Ms. Dixon, well, oh wow, Robin's very efficient. I was going to ask if you could wait till we got it on the screen, but here we are, so please proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners, Pura staff, and parties. My name is Cassandra Dixon, and I am the Director of Regulatory Projects and Compliance for Eversource Energy. In my role, I oversee the coordination and project management of major filings such as this storm proceeding. So we appreciate the opportunity to kick off the hearing in this way today. We know it's a massive record. 1,700 interrogatories were submitted, and we have been in this process for over 2 years. So we thought it would be fruitful to start off with just a level setting exercise to go through the 7 substantive filings that we have made. But then more importantly, just to level set on the extensive documentation that we have provided in the format of the exhibits so that hopefully it helps with the discussion over the coming days. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, Eversource has submitted a total of 7 substantive filings over the course of 2 years for 53 storm events from 2018 through 2023. The first 3 filings shown in this table, starting with the application filing, was back in December of 2023, which Pura rejected, and then the company refiled on March 11th, 2024. Then the company on December 31st, 2024, filed its first supplement for an additional tranche of storms. On July 10th, 2025, the company then filed a third supplement for another tranche of storms. So at that time, the company had 2018 through 2023 storm documentation on the record. On July 16th, the company, and along with other parties, filed written comments at the request of Pura. Pura had asked for 8 issues to be commented on, and so the company filed those on July 16th, 2025. On July 25th, 2025, the company filed its reconciliation panel. So what this filing did was update for all discovery adjustments to that point in time. So we filed revised exhibits, providing a walkthrough of every single interrogatory response within the cover sheet of each cost exhibit to trace back every adjustment the company made that was identified during discovery. In that filing, the company also updated relevant schedules to incorporate carrying charges. On December 15th, 2025, the company filed a motion to open a new proceeding, which is this docket that we're in today. This motion requested that Pura initiate a contested case, and this filing also provided detailed information on the securitization process. On February 13th, 2026, the company filed additional pre-file testimony, providing additional details regarding its securitization proposals. No other party submitted testimony on this day. No party filed rebuttal testimony. Next slide. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we submitted 7 substantive filings, 1,700 responses to interrogatories. And so for this slide, what I wanted to walk through is focus on the incident management team and the accounting team, because that is where the bulk of discovery issues have focused. And that is where the bulk of the documentation of the record exists, is within these teams, which is the panel sitting at the witness table today. So starting with the roadmap to the left-hand side of this slide, this roadmap was filed in every application filing that we submitted. So within the cover letter of the 3 storm cost filings, this roadmap was provided for ease of reference to provide an overview of each exhibit and what it does. So starting with the incident management team, these exhibits all include all of the operational, weather, ERP-related details and descriptions for every single event. So starting with IMT2, this lists every single event along with its start and end date, its ERP level, with references to each event's dashboards. Those dashboards were provided in IMT4. And so within IMT2, there were references back to the specific IMT4 exhibit, which was numbered IMT4-1 through IMT4-53. So each storm had its own exhibit. In IMT2, it lays out every storm along with a work order storm name to link it back to the exhibit 4. In IMT4, those dashboards provide statistics for every event, basically like a one-stop shop for every event, including outage events, cost per storm, trouble spot maps, restoration curves, et cetera, along with other supporting documentation like briefings, post-event reports, et cetera. IMT3 provides a presentation summarizing the storm costs drivers for each tranche of storms. So we had an exhibit IMT3 in each of our filings with additional operational details. And so what that presentation did was identify cost per trouble spot maps for every charts for every storm, showing any storms that were outliers, and then for any storms that were outliers, additional details supporting the cost drivers of those events and any weather details that impacted that. Turning to the accounting team. So these exhibits present storm cost data for every event, including documentation such as invoice copies. In the company's application initially, as well as the 2 supplements that followed, the company filed a total of 30,000 invoice copies. And just want to clarify, that's not pages of invoice copies. It was physical invoice copies, and each invoice could have hundreds of pages. So hundreds of thousands of pages of invoices were submitted. Accounting 2 lists every event, start and end date, and ERP level. Accounting 3 breaks out the storm costs on a storm-by-storm basis. So within Accounting 3, we provided exhibits CLMP 1 through 53. So those cost exhibits is what we'll refer to them as, presented the cost data by cost category for every single event at the transactional level. So transaction level detail for every cost. In the Excel workbooks, there was a tab for every category. So for example, outside services and contractors had every single invoice sought for recovery, every charge associated with that invoice, along with a reference, an index to the associated invoice exhibit with a page number, taking you directly to that invoice. Invoice copies were provided for the outside contractors and vendors, as well as the food and lodging tabs of these cost exhibits, since those costs comprise of 85% of the storm costs in this proceeding. Exhibit page number references are provided for every invoice as follows. So as I mentioned, in CLMP 2 through 54, the actual cost exhibits, there will be a reference to exhibit CLMP 2A through 54A, which is the outside services and contractors invoice exhibit. And then similarly for food and lodging, there would be a reference to CLMP 2B through 54B, which is the food and lodging invoice exhibits. And that concludes my presentation today. Thank you so much for this opportunity and allowing us to kick off the hearing in this way. We hope that was helpful to level set the amount of documentation that has been submitted in the format in which it was submitted. Thank you.
And Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. That completes our direct examination. The panel is available for any questions on cross-examination.
Thank you very much. EOE, have at it.
It's a way to kick it off. My name is Chris Parent. I'm with the Office of Education Outreach and Enforcement. I am joined by Attorney Tom Lopez and Attorney Alex Sahi. It's very nice to put faces to names. As I've read through a lot of interrogatories, there's a lot of names on there. So as we do ask some questions, I apologize. I might not necessarily know who's going to individually respond. So if you guys can help me out, that would be greatly appreciated. I also say that we're hoping to not even achieve our 6 hours. So if that impacts the chairman's view of the scheduling. My first question is actually just very straightforward. I want to ask some basic questions about the topics that we're here to talk about, just to set a foundation. It's not that the answers aren't necessarily in the record, but it'll help to start to just set the foundation. And my first question is, can the panel tell me what is a catastrophic storm?
Yeah, I'll take that. So first I would step back a little bit and just say, in electric operations, for us, it's all about the weather. And we're looking at weather forecasts literally 365 days a year. And depending upon what those forecasts are, could be several times a day. And it's as simple as, for those of us who are old school It's watching the local forecast on the news in the morning, but we also have obviously web-based forecasts. I personally like the National Weather Service. And then we also have individual weather forecast companies that are providing us with weather forecasts. And, you probably don't realize that because I know you've asked about catastrophic storms, but for us in electric operations, storms, there's a very broad range of storms. And just for instance, last year, I know that's not part of this proceeding, but I can remember it. We had approximately 50 storms that we in electric operations considered a storm. It was over and above kind of a normal day and considerably above that. Approximately 10 of those, it could have been 8, it could have been 12, but about 10 of those rose to the level of ERP, which is probably the best way to categorize a catastrophic storm, if you will. So for us, we're constantly looking at those weather forecasts. And if you think cross estimates have a very broad range, I would just ask you in your own personal experience to think about weather forecasts. They come at a very broad range. And for us, it's multiple categories. So sustained winds, how powerful are they going to be? What's that range of winds? How long are they going to be at that level of sustained wind? The gusts, which typically come in an even broader range of gusts, frequency of those gusts, the duration of those gusts. So we're constantly looking at all those things. And I'll skip over worrying about snow and ice and what have you. But the reason I come back to that is it's not just a weather forecast for us. If I think back over, I've been responsible now directly for 4.5 years of these storms. Whether you go over that time period or the time period that's in front of this docket, an even longer period of time, I don't think there's been any storm, even Isaias, which really directly, significantly impacted our system. So these weather events, they're not knocking our poles over, they're not knocking transformers or other pieces of equipment or wire off of our poles. They're really affecting the trees, and then the trees come down on top of our equipment, and that's really what's causing the damage. So we have the weather with its very variable forecasts, but then layered on top of that, what we're actually trying to figure out is what is then going to happen to the trees based on that weather forecast? And that's where we get into another broad range of variables. Are the leaves on? Are the leaves off? Is it the end of the season and they might come off easy, or are they going to hang in there? Is the ground frozen, which is good? The roots are going to hang on. Is it dry, pretty good, or is it saturated, bad? So we're looking at all of those different ranges, and it's what that forms is a bell curve. And then we're looking at those bell curves. Some forecasts are fairly tight. So, the middle of that bell curve is pretty high and it's tight. And the range on the extreme end is not that far off. The range on the lighter end, if you will, is not that far off. But many of the storms come with a very broad bell curve. And you've got extreme events on either end. But in any case, we make a decision. What do we need for the numbers of crews? Really relates back to the number of trouble spots that we're predicting. But for myself, I relate that to what do I need for a number of crews? And then as I mentioned, we had 50 events last year. So that staffing level could be as simple as we're going to add additional RSO, our Rapid Response Specialist Organization. That features troubleshooters. Those are internal Eversource line workers. They're our first responders in the event of outages or any public safety incidents. That's their primary role. That's what they do all day long, 7 days a week. But if we see an event coming that looks like it's going to be greater than the staffing levels that we typically have, 24/365, we would start by adding additional troubleshooters. If the event looks like it's a little bit bigger than that, we would take our internal line crews. They're on Monday through Friday days, but we have the ability to put them on call. So we could call them in if it's on the nights. We could call them in if it's on the weekends. Then from there, we might even have to step it up to, we're going to bring in some contractors. And it could be 20 or 30, maybe 50 local contractors. But there are events where we get to a certain point where we look at it and we say, the number of crews that we think we're going to need to handle this storm, it's larger than what electric operations alone on our typical day-to-day staffing can handle. So usually that's a break point where we're reaching outside of Connecticut. We need to bring crews in from outside. We're going to need additional staffing to properly acquire those crews, potentially set up lodging for those crews, the materials that they need. I won't go on and on, but we're going to bring those crews in. And then the other real reason is our communications. We have community representatives that their day-to-day job is directly to reach out to cities, towns, and other stakeholders. But if it looks like it's going to be a large enough event that we're going to need additional crews, we're probably going to need additional people to reach out to those cities and towns. At that point in time, the incident commander would essentially call the ball and declare an emergency response level. And I would say that is what you could describe as a catastrophic storm.
So
then-
if I could jump
Yeah,
in.
sure.
This was a great overview. I do appreciate it.
Yep.
But a catastrophic storm is where you were just answering the question, when the communications goes out, bridging it into the requirements for a catastrophic storm for this docket. What is that the
Yeah.
definition you would provide?
I mean, I don't want to parse words. Catastrophic to me, that's a semantic word that we could parse back and forth. In electric operations, we're trying to determine how many crews do we need to safely and efficiently restore our customers. I just walked through kind of what the elements are of what would lead us to needing to declare that. We would then declare that as an emergency response plan. That then brings in, it's an all hands on deck where all Eversource folks are on board. We're bringing in additional outside crews. And again, that is just the forecast. It's very similar to the cross estimates. Then you have reality. What does the weather do when it's actually here? And then we're adjusting up or down. In some cases, I hate to admit it, but we got lucky. And the number of crews that we thought we would need is exactly the number of crews that we need. And we carry out the storm as safely and efficiently as we possibly can. And there are other instances where the storm came in at the higher end of that forecast range, or for whatever reason, it brought more trees down than we anticipated. We would then turn and bring in additional staffing, and vice versa could oftentimes just happen as well, where we actually need less crews and we're looking at demobilizing and tamping down on those crews and wrapping up the storm quickly.
I had a clarifying question for Mr. Parent, just to make sure we get him what he needs. So Mr. Sullivan walked through from an operations perspective. Is your question also looking for more of just a financial perspective as well? Because I do have some financial witnesses here also.
So the overview was wonderful. I do appreciate that. Yes, I'm also trying to understand the overall definition of a catastrophic event as it would relate to the eligibility for storm cost recovery. So that was great as well, but I would also like to bridge into the latter part of the question.
Okay, so if I could
Yes.
add to that, in addition to what Mr. Sullivan said, is catastrophic storm is in excess of $4 million of incremental costs
Yes.
that are incurred. So that's the financial aspect of that.
Thank you. Very,
Yep.
very concise. What are the types of costs that the company believes would be eligible versus ineligible for storm cost recovery?
So everything starts with a work order. So as an event comes, we set up a work order and we send out instructions on that work order for all parties, to make sure we're accurately gathering the costs. And then at that point, the storm comes, we charge it. And then following the storm, we put it through a very rigorous analysis. And one of the key items that we do look at is whether the costs on there are what we would deem incremental or non-incremental. Primarily, non-incremental costs are internal labor costs that we would deem would be in base rates.
Sure.
And those are the primary costs that we would deem non-incremental.
So just playing off that as an example, and I'm kind of spitballing here, incremental labor would be non-incremental. Are you presuming it would be standard rates or overtime as well?
Overtime would be considered incremental.
Okay. And yet the revenue requirements does include some overtime in there. So the view is anything that's incremental, any overtime specific to the storm would be incremental. Sorry, I think I twisted my tongue there a moment, but anything that is tied to overtime for a storm would be incremental. Did I state that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. Are there any costs that the company believes would be ineligible? So you described the process where you establish a work order and costs would all flow through. Are there costs that the company would suggest, other than those that are already included in base rates, that would be ineligible?
I would say if it's on the work order, it was a prudent cost that was associated with storm restoration.
Sure.
And then we do the incremental, non-incremental test.
So for example, if there was a car versus pole, just that could be on the work order, would the company go through and eliminate those on the basis that it wasn't applicable to the event?
In that case, our process is to set up a separate work order for car versus pole.
Okay.
If we did come across mischarging, for instance, then we would make an adjustment.
Okay. Can the company, and I think this is more of an accounting question as well, just bridging off on this, can the company describe what is a pre-staging event? So separate from the catastrophic storm, which was characterized as 4 million incremental, what would you define a pre-staging event to be?
So a pre-staging event would be, number one, we would file a letter with Pura notifying them of our intent to pre-stage. And then following the same process, we would set up a work order to capture those costs. And if it did not cross over the 4 million or catastrophic level, it would be deemed a pre-stage.
Okay, so what costs would be eligible for pre-staging?
It would be the same, it would flow through the same process that we would do for a catastrophic.
Okay, so for pre-staging, the company would suggest that demobilization is eligible for pre-staging.
Correct.
And remediation, where those crews are actually going out and performing remediation during a pre-staging event, the company would suggest that is eligible for pre-staging.
Correct.
Just to clarify these two concepts, we talked pre-staging and we talked major storm or catastrophic storm. There are separate reserves for both, am I correct?
Correct.
And I've read an interrogatory response. I didn't focus too much on it, but at the end of a given year, the pre-staging reserve gets offset into the major storm reserve and it's just netted. Am I correct there? They're not kept separate throughout the course into this proceeding. They were combined into one overall reserve, correct?
I actually might need to defer to the revenue requirements panel for that one.
Okay.
Get sworn in.
So Mr. Murray has not been sworn. Chairman, if we could have him identify his name for the record, and then you can proceed to administer the oath. Thank you.
Sure. Garrett Murray, Director of Revenue Requirements for Connecticut, on behalf of Eversource Energy Services Company.
Thank you. Could you just raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn.
So the question that I was looking to clarify is that there's two separate reserves, it's my understanding, one for pre-staging and then one for storm, the catastrophic storm.
That's correct.
And they are combined into the current overall reserve as of the recovery request.
So one point of clarification, they're not combined into one reserve. What we were ordered to do is at the end of each year, if there's an over reserve in the pre-staging, that over reserve amount is shifted into the catastrophic storm reserve.
Okay.
So they're still maintained as two separate reserves. To the extent the pre-staging is overfunded, that overfunding would be moved into the catastrophic storm reserve to help pay for those catastrophic storm costs.
Okay, so the current overall reserve balance that's included in CLP1 though is the combination of the two.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Again, these were foundational questions to set the. So can the company explain when costs would essentially move from the pre-staging classification to the major storm event classification? So an example would be if the pre-staging storm hypothetically resulted in actual external vendor costs coming in at hypothetically 1.5 million. And there was remediation, whether it was for external vendors or for internal employees. Those are all getting added, if I understood the answer initially, they're all getting added together and then is offset to the pre-staging reserve and is only moved to the storm reserve once it hits a 4 million threshold. Is there any differentiation, meaning I thought I heard pretty clearly that remediation to include external vendors and I presume internal employees would all get offset and all get incurred into the current balance, even if it didn't exceed the 4 million threshold.
Let me pause and ask, is that question clear to the panel? If it is, you can proceed to answer. You can proceed.
Yeah, yep, I can answer. The short answer is yes. And the reason for that is typically in a pre-stage event or an event that doesn't exceed the 4 million, the restoration is very minor. So the thought process is if we have crews available to us, right, we've already committed to them, committed to the cost to mobilize them. If there are small things that come in from the weather, because even, a pre-stage event, the weather, it still comes with some level, potentially some level of damage to the system. So in that case, the company feels to get the best use of those crews was to put them on those damaged locations if they come in.
So I'm going to refer to, I'll actually quote this, but I'm generally referring to the interrogatory response to EOE 375 and EOE 464. You might not necessarily need to pull it up, but I'll just generally explain what it says. It's citing back to the 2019 storm decision, docket number 181112, which includes, and it cites back to section D, which is the pre-staging costs, which states, I'm going to read this out loud here, pre-staging costs have been defined by the authority in its decision dated December 17th, 2014 in docket number 140506, application of the Connecticut Light and Power Company to amend its rate schedules, which is the 2014 rate decision as, and I quote, costs incurred in advance of potential catastrophic storms, decision page 91. And then it further goes on to say, pre-staging costs typically include securing external line and tree crews and performing other advance preparations so that the company may comply with the storm preparation and restoration requirements. I guess I'm trying to reconcile advanced costs that would fall within the pre-staging as was defined in the company's responses versus the remediation costs that are not necessarily in advance. Can the company explain that or reconcile that for me? How are remediation costs how are they considered in advance of a potential storm?
Can I just please confer for a moment?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you for the time there. So yeah, I think, the way this is written is typically it does include advance. I think as I kind of mentioned, the outage events are typically minor. So there are times where from our perspective, utilizing the resources we have to take care of the minor items that do come up is an appropriate use.
So is there any other authority guidance that perhaps hasn't been cited in a response that would allow for other costs? Anything else that the company is aware of?
I think that's a legal question, which we'd be happy to address on a brief if he's asking for any references to authority decisions. But the witness has explained the rationale for the company's approach, which is to be efficient and to address any minor remediation while the resources are there. So we'd be happy to include that in a brief.
I'll rephrase my question. Would the company be able to establish a separate work order where the company could then track its accounting for remediation activities or other costs that are not in advance? Could the company administratively handle that?
Administratively, it is possible, but it does bring some challenges, but administratively possible. And the challenges would be effectively breaking down the cost between, the pre-stage and the remediation.
Understood. I'm going to refer to EOE 478. So the interrogatory, basically, ultimately, this was an example where the company confirmed that approximately $14,288 of pre-staging event costs for line workers were applicable to remediation. What I'm trying to understand is as this was identified, could this activity be separately carved out into a separate work order where it would then be subject to the 4 million eligibility threshold? This might be a little bit of a repeat of the last question, but I'm just using a specific example to confirm.
Yeah, and just to clarify, is the question, are you saying historically for this particular event, or are you saying going forward if you're looking for a change?
At the moment, I'm trying to understand if, from an accounting perspective, perhaps if 2 work orders could be created where the accounting process would identify these transactions. Just in general, can it happen?
Administratively, yes. However, I do want to point out, I think it would be difficult to do because in the middle of the event, there are, as Mr. Griffin said, there are some minor things that come up. And this is one instance where after the fact, we see, okay, there was some smaller items that needed to be addressed.
Sure.
And we utilize those for that, so.
Understood, but it could be accounted for in a separate work order that, okay. Has the company historically always handled it this way? Always handled where they combined all of the costs for pre-staging to include remediation?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
I'm going to move on to a slightly different example. Can the company explain the types of activities involved in the direct labor costs? So I'm talking about the CLP exhibits for pre-staging expenses, the direct labor costs. Can the company describe the types of activities included in that bucket? And I'm not sure if that's an accounting question or if that's an operations question.
I can give it a start. So is this specific to pre-stage, just to clarify? Is this
At the moment,
specific to
yes.
pre-stage? Okay. Yeah, so the internal labor cost, I mean, when we pre-stage, right, to bring in external crews, for instance, there's a lot of internal coordination that needs to happen in order to make that an effective use, right? So a lot of that internal labor could be folks that are preparing for the contractors to arrive. There's also some potential for material coordination, right? So we are expecting an event, so we need to do some material coordination. That would be done with in-house personnel. Those are some quick current examples right off the top.
Sure.
And safety.
In safety. And similar to the questions that I was posing on the external labor, would the company also include internal labor performing remediation? Would the remediation activities from internal employees be included in that cost category?
Yeah, I guess I even struggle when you refer to remediation. So, if we go back, we're looking at the weather. It's all based on a forecast. The level that you're talking about sounds like we've declared an ERP. We've potentially brought in additional crews from outside. There are, as John was describing, there's a whole host of costs, both internal and external, in association with acquiring those outside crews, getting those outside crews here, having lodging for those outside crews, having a staging area for those outside crews, having that be an effective staging area for those outside crews, being able to get material to those outside crews. And then if you're talking about remediation, all of these weather events are forecast. So there's no definitive start time that says the first damage location is going to be at 12:15 p.m. on a Tuesday. The weather occurs. It can ramp up slowly. Sometimes it's a line of thunderstorms that comes through and just obliterates you, but generally it tends to ramp up. And as soon as that starts to happen, you're experiencing damage locations. So typically our first would be to respond to fire and police safety issues and blocked roads. Typically that would be with internal crews. Typically that would be with our troubleshooters, and you would be responding to that event. That could be considered remediation, and all the way up to outages that are affecting critical facilities, outages that are affecting large numbers of customers, and we would respond to those with a combination of the internal crews and the external crews, whatever was most efficient at that point in time, if that's what you're referring to by remediation. But
So bridging your example to the accounting side of the house, the costs associated with everything that you just described, are those all included within the pre-staging events costs that are being requested for recovery, to include the internal labor amounts?
well, those costs are certainly all associated with storm response and storm events. And in this particular example, it sounds like an ERP event. I'll defer to John in terms of pre-staging versus non-pre-staging, but everything we just talked about is a cost that's associated with a storm event. And if it's rising to the level of an ERP, you could call it catastrophic, but it's an unusual event over and above what we would typically be doing.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to reference interrogatory response EUE 519. There was an attachment 1 that was provided, which included the hours for internal labor. So this is for the MS-22F event. First, am I correct that the MS-22 pre-staging event actually was an event that was scheduled or was anticipated to occur on July 25th, 2022? Just to set the foundation for the discussion. Thank you. And when I looked at the various dates corresponding to the hours, I threw a quick pivot table together. Subject to check, I guess, would the company agree that 149 of the 4,299 hours, it might have been 4,298.5, but rounding here, only 149 occurred prior to that date? Subject to check. Or if you'd like to check, you're welcome to. Okay. And when I looked at it, I saw there was also 913 hours that occurred after that date. And my question is, sorry, subject to check, would you believe that to be accurate as well? I guess what I'm trying to understand is how does the 913 hours of billed hours that were attributable to the event that occurred after the event apply to pre-staging? So what types of activities were performed in that window?
Yeah, so it's hard to tell just by looking at this what specific activities were performed. So could we do a late file and we can get back to you on some of the specifics?
Sure. Actually, yes, please. Chairman, would that be late file 2?
Yes, we'll mark that as late file 2. And could you help me out, Mr. Parent?
So it's a follow-up to interrogatory response EUE 519 attachment 1, and it's understanding what activities occurred in the approximate 913 hours that occurred after the pre-staging event.
Okay, I was with you up until EOE 519 attachment 1. Can you give me the description one more time?
It's the activities involved with the hours billed or hours allocated to the storm event after the 7/25 date of the event.
Got it.
913 specific hours is, I believe, what.
Okay.
Thank you.
Late file 2, and I have that as follow-up to reference to EOE 519 attachment 1, activities involved with the 925 hours billed to the storm event after the 7/25 event.
913 hours, Chairman.
913. Got it.
Thank you. So sticking on a similar theme, but I'm actually going to change topics. Yesterday, I was reviewing the interrogatory responses to RSR 106, attachment 1. These were only filed confidentially, so I was not going to contemplate putting them up on the screen. But I'm going to ask some kind of cryptic questions, so I'm not specifically talking about the confidential information. And I know Attorney Pace will keep me honest here. So I'm referring to RSR 106 attachment 1 confidential. I'll give you a moment to pull that up. Anyone nods, I'll continue.
I have it up.
Okay.
I have it, yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So within the confidential attachment, do you see the individual in Excel row number 35? It's an individual who charged to the MS-18F event, and the total dollar amount was $1,444.36. Yes, I do acknowledge I'm being a little cryptic on purpose.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. First, can the company confirm that MS-18F was a pre-staging event?
For me. Yes, that is a pre-stage event.
Can the company also confirm that the MS-18F event occurred between the dates of March 21st of 2018 and March 23rd of 2018?
Yes,
Thank you. So referring to the detailed selection tab for this individual, again, being very cryptic, can the company identify the various work dates that were noted? And I will say column I is where I found them.
One moment, just. Sure. Yes, I can. The dates are 4/2, April 2nd, 2018, April 4th, 2018, April 6th, 2018, and April 7th.
April 7th.
2018.
Okay.
Yep, sorry.
Apparently I jotted down, I had April 8th. So April 2nd to the 7th then is up to 2 weeks after the pre-staging event would have occurred. What did this employee do on these dates to support the pre-staging event?
May I confirm?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I am going to have to take a late file to look into that or read in if I can get the information
I'm
after
open,
the break, if that's okay.
I'm open for either, or if it could be appended onto the existing late file since it's on the same general topic. I will defer to the chairman.
I will defer it back to you, Mr. Parent. I mean, it's your late file request. It's up to you whether you want 2 separate late files or to have them both be addressed in late file 2.
I'm being advised that perhaps we note it as a read-in, and if we need to convert, we could do that.
Okay, so that'll be read in A. I'm sorry to do this to you. I was still finishing up typing your last description, so I didn't quite catch this one.
The description would be RSR 106 attachment 1. It's a description of the individual, what the individual did to support pre-staging for the MS-18F event 2 weeks later.
MS-18.
F.
18F.
Yes.
Got it. That'll be read in A.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap up this topic in just a moment here, but I'm going to ask an open-ended question here. Is the company able to somehow identify the total remediation costs that are included in the 10 pre-staging events? That would be CLP 26, 7, 8, 9, 30, 30. Is there a way for the company to identify the total remediation costs for those events or no?
Yeah, we can take a late file on that just to allow, go ahead, Ms. Landry can respond.
No, I was just conferring. I'm not sure we can, given the time and being able to go back into each activity to see, because, you know, as Mr. Sullivan and others mentioned, there is time where there's advanced time because we're bringing in outside crews or getting materials pre-positioned and all that, that I think that's where it's going to be difficult to to make that determination because it usually is the weather hasn't materialized to that extent. So there's some minor activities.
If the answer is no, I totally respect that. I actually didn't want to assume. That's why I asked.
No, I'm just thinking we have to go by person. I'm not sure we could actually do that.
Right, I agree.
Okay. Good. I'm going to move on. This one I think is really easy, I hope. And again, I'm always wrong. Interrogatory response EOE 975. This is a single question here, so I'm hoping it's an easy one. The interrogatory requested a copy of the NOAA report for the MN23T event, but the response cited to a handful of pages that wasn't the NOAA report, and I'm wondering if there was just a miscommunication on my request or maybe I'm interpreting it wrong. The example of the NOAA report that was being requested is one that actually identifies, it's referenced as the NOAA Storm Events Database that is included in most of the other events. An example would be Exhibit ESIMT 4-53, page 13. That's one of the examples. My question is does that report exist for the MN23T event? And if so, can we get it? I apologize. I will say.
Just, is that clear to the witnesses in terms of what he's looking for? So he is referring to EOE 975. He's referring to ESM IMT 4-49, and you're asking for a full copy of the NOAA report. Is that correct?
I'm asking for a copy of the NOAA report that is the extract, what I believe is the NOAA Storm Events Database. It's usually a one-pager that I've seen in all of the other events. I didn't see this one.
Yes, we could provide that. We just need to know the exact location you want that office out of because it's newer. I'm assuming you want the Boston office. That's the closest.
I'd like the activity applicable for Connecticut. So
yes,
if I could.
But NOAA for Connecticut, there is like no NOAA for Connecticut. It's covered by New York, Boston, or, yeah.
I understand. So the company provided the data that they felt was relevant for most of the other storm events, and we didn't see this one. We were very interested in seeing what this one looked like. So whichever location the company feels is representative of the event that impacted Connecticut.
Yes, we can provide that.
You understand.
So the locations that are included in the database for other examples actually characterizes Connecticut locations.
And just to clarify, because our witness, Mr. Baldwin, said we will try and provide the information we have. We want to put that in a late file exhibit, just for housekeeping purposes. Okay.
The alternative would be to do a supplement to 975. I would defer to the company what the company prefers.
We'll provide it as a late file exhibit. Thank you.
So, Chairman, the late file is a copy of the NOAA report for MN23T.
Thank you. I was actually with you finally on that one. So that'll be late file 3, and I have the reference as EOE 975. Please provide, I put any NOAA report for the MN23T event. Does that?
Applicable for Connecticut, yes.
Applicable for Connecticut. Okay. That'll be late file 3.
I'm changing topics now. So the next topic is looking for clarification on the difference in the billing or the reporting. And if the answer is different for billing versus reporting, I'd like to better understand that as well. For time reporting activity between standby and work. The broad overview, I'll jump into the specific questions. So actually, I'm going to go off script for a moment here. We saw a lot of different responses that confused us. And I think what we're looking for is just clarity. It appeared as though some of the contracts that were provided clarified the definition, and I'll get into that in a moment, of what billing activities starts from standby and when it would shift to the work rates. And then we've received some other responses that seem to contradict that. So I'd like to clarify, when is activity specifically for line crews billed at a standby rate versus a work rate, and does it differ depending on the vendor? Because that might come into the confusion that we observed.
Well, I'll go ahead and just describe the intent of standby. Standby is really our pre-staging for an event.
Okay.
So where, under our ERP, we're required to secure and position resources, our internal, external, mutual aid crews, whatever it may be, before the storm arrives. Okay, so the event level matrix really explicitly, includes those external crews, which would be charging standby time during pre-staging.
Understood. And when does it shift? When does it become no longer pre-staging?
Once we're through the onset of the storm and it's safe for our crews to proceed out in the field, then they would be going forward and charging work time.
Okay.
And once that does occur, though, just to clarify, they go to work time, they may do an event or two events, and then they may go to standby. They need to account for their time. So there's been some exhibits where you'll see on timesheets that it says standby. But once they are into their workday working, they are charging work time for all hours worked.
Understood. So it's standby up to the point of the first assignment and then work thereafter. Did I characterize that okay?
We're being dispatched to a location for work. There's times where the event happens and we may move crews to other locations and they are standing by waiting for orders. They may be standing by waiting to get till it's safe to get in the air. They may be looking for switching. For those time periods that they are utilizing their equipment, utilizing their truck, they are no longer at a staging location, meaning a pre-staging location, a hotel, then they would charge work time.
What you just characterized, is that defined in any internal company documents or defined in any of the specific external contracts so that there's a consensus between the company and the vendor for what that means? I'll rephrase. How does the external vendor know what is billed at standby versus work?
It's clearly defined in our contract.
In the contract?
Correct.
Are there different standards in different contracts?
There are different revisions to contracts. Recently, we had a revision to the 2025 overhead storm contract.
Did it change the definition of billing for standby versus work?
It clarified it and changed it that we pay actually 50% of the vehicle while on standby, while charging standby.
Okay, so just sticking with labor for a moment here.
Okay.
Did it change the definition of billing of labor rates?
No.
Okay, okay. That was off script. I'm going to see if I hit my points at all.
So just so it's clear that even if they're charging standby or they're on work time, when they get to our property Eversource, they are fully under our control. So when it's time for them to go to work, we reach out to them through our RMTs and we dispatch them immediately when it's safe for them to proceed to a job. So the pre-staging and also the standby time gets them here under our control, and then we dispatch them when the time is right.
Understood.
So once they are dispatched to a job, under no doubt, they will be on work time. They're ready to go.
So I'm very clear on what you just said. That makes sense the moment they're given their first assignment. I think where I'm a little less clear is if somebody was billing for work before they were dispatched, before they were given a first. I'm not saying they had to start there, but before the dispatch.
There may be other activities. We may have them go load up materials before the dispatcher job, make sure they have certain materials on the vehicle.
Would they
know that they're heading to a job that needs specialized equipment? There's many scenarios. It's a very complex, activity, this restoration, and there's most certainly tasks that we would ask them to do before they roll their first job, including, being briefed to being onboarded at our pre-staging areas. So
would the briefing be considered work time?
It could be considered work time if it's at the beginning of that first shift, most certainly, yes.
So how would somebody know what's considered standby versus work time based on the timesheets that are in the record?
They are being directed by our field resources, by not only an RMT, by our EFRCs, which help them determine that, when to stop charging standby and when to start charging work time. Those activities are supervised in the field as well as they're being directed by the restoration management team. So that decision will be made with the FRC, who also controls their and reviews their time charging.
So would there be anything explicit on the timesheet that characterizes when it should shift over, or are we solely relying on somebody in the field telling them?
There is a field that a box that you can check, and maybe Mark can provide some more details on
Well,
that.
not only that, the person in the field doesn't know that there's a different rate for standby versus work time. Where that's done on the invoicing side of paying the bill.
It's also on the timesheet though, I thought I just heard that.
Correct, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a different rate.
Understood. So the rate you're saying could be different via the invoice. I understand that. I guess I'm trying to also understand the proper classification, which is then going to relate to the rates. So let me see if I hit my points, and I might need to come back on some of these things here. Okay. So foundationally, can the company describe the types of vendors that are subject to different pricing rates for standby activities versus work or remediation activities?
All of our vendors have different rates.
Difference between standby versus work, meaning all vendors have different rates for work versus standby?
Correct. So our contractors, when we submit a contract, they place their pricing sheets in. And so contractor A and contractor B could have different working rates and different standby rates.
Sure. I think I might need to clarify my question. I'm not solely limiting my question to line crews. I'm talking types of crews. So tree crews, line crews, and any of them. What are the types of vendors is what I was asking, not the specific vendors.
Specific to tree crews, I can tell you that there is no difference between standby and work time rates. They are billed at a single rate.
Thank you. Hence why I followed up with my question, just to make sure I didn't mischaracterize something. Are there other vendor types that would have the different rates? I know we've discussed line crews would, or could, better yet. Service crews.
So service crews, damage assessing crews, wire guard crews, all will have different standard rates.
Which could be different between if they're billing at a standby classification versus.
They're all under different contracts. They're not under the overhead storm contract that a line crew would be under. They're under a service crew contract or other contracts.
So what I'm hearing you say is that depending on the unique contract would dictate.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask a question? Yes, and I just so I'm clear as well. So obviously different crews have different rates. And if I'm understanding the question from EOE, is a standby rate different from the work rate, or they pay the same for both activities or non-activities?
On the contract rate sheet, they're two different rates, but the activities that they're performing in the field, they could be on standby and being paid at the working rate.
Okay, but there is a distinct separate rate for if you are just at this moment on standby as
The
opposed
column
to
for
when you go
standby.
out and do the actual work.
Correct. There is a separate column on the rate sheet that has standby and working rate.
And it is a different monetary amount when you start the work.
I can't say that every single contractor has a
But it
different
is possible.
rate. It is very possible.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the indulgence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It was good to have reinforced what I was trying to make sure that I understood as well. So, I'm going to reference something out of EOE 571. It's a response, a little blurb out of there. It states that, and I quote, "Once the field crews start restoration efforts, they move from standby to work."
That is correct. We do not move them. Once they are deployed in the field, they do not go back to their lower rate. For the duration of that day, they are paid at their working rate.
To clarify, you said for the duration of that day or for the duration of the event?
Duration of the event.
Okay.
Correction.
The company, I'm going to refer to the company's response to EOE 907. So in this one, Ready? In this one, the response, so this one is for one of the line crew vendors at Michael's Power. And the company's response to, it uses the words ready to work. I think I pasted it here. The company, so it's when the crews are standing by in a readiness state and or performing other productive activities, these are work hours because the crews are committed exclusively to the company and are not able to leave the work site for their own purposes. And this is what I was having trouble reconciling. So one of them says the moment they start restoration activities, and the other response says when they're ready for work. That's what I'm struggling to reconcile. Can you help me?
I believe these are transmission crews that we convert to distribution crews in a storm, and they are on property, and they most certainly can get ready to work very quickly.
So does that mean that it's a different rule because it's a different vendor, or is it a different rule for a different reason?
Please clarify.
So if EOE 571 says once the field crews start restoration efforts, they move from standby to work, but the EOE 907 references that when they're ready to work, those conflict with each other. It's either when they start or when they're ready. I'm just not reconciling those two answers.
I believe the confusion because these crews are already here and working. They're moving from transmission work now to distribution restoration.
Okay, so even if they're not doing any work and they've yet to have been given an assignment, they're going to bill at the full work rate.
Correct, because they've been placed in their vehicles, they've been sent to a location to be ready to go to work.
Is that defined in the contracts for these vendors? And I know we have a bunch of them. In this case, it's Michael's. Does Michael's have that wording in the contract?
All contractors have the same language and the same terms and conditions. So Michael's would be under the same contract as the other line contractors.
And does Michael's use the terminology equivalent to ready for work, or does it use the terminology equivalent to once the field crew starts restoration efforts? Meaning, I know it's not those words in the contract, but which language in there would it align to?
I think they would both mean the same.
Hi, how are you? Just to clarify, depending on the type of contract, whether it's a specific COC vendor or a storm contractor, there can be different language dictating whether it's standby or work time. And that would be dependent on the contract being utilized to support the costs. As far as Michael's, we could probably take that as a read-in to review the contract and respond accordingly.
That would be fine.
Is there a specific charge that you're concerned with?
So an individual charge, no, it's the charging in general. We observed invoices where they were the company billed at the work rate before the individuals were given the first assignment, before I'm going to use the right words here, once the field crew started the restoration efforts. So because it was billing at the higher rate before they started their restoration efforts, we were just struggling to reconcile those two responses. So if there's contract language that offers a different requirement, that could be read in, that'd be fine, or I'd even consider a late file.
Is there a particular charge, no specific charge? Because there can be different contracts over different periods of time. I just want to make sure I have something
I
specific.
don't have a specific charge sitting in front of me ready for this, but if you follow the EOE 907 back, you're going to see where we started the questions.
All right.
It might have gone back a few rounds earlier.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Mr. Parent, for that read-in you've requested, which subject to the chair's approval would be read-in B, you're asking them to compare, I just want to make sure we have it down correctly, EOE 907. What was the other data response you're referring to?
571. The data response to 571 seemed to align more to the contracts that we did review, and the 907 did not seem to reconcile to the contracts that we observed, the contract language specifically.
As is so I'm recording read-ins because they often end up being converted to late files, so it's just easier on the front end. I have referenced EOE 907 and EOE 571. Please provide the contractual language for Michael's differentiating between work and non-work rates. Does that work?
That's great. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that'll be read in B.
And if I could, just while we're waiting for the next question, I mean, these are all great questions. They're all getting at real, details, very specific amounts. But if you just step back a bit and think about these 53 storms, they're all very, very large events. We brought in hundreds of contractors from outside typically in order to be able to respond for the communities and the customers. The vast majority of the costs in this case are contractor costs, of which the vast majority of these line contractor costs. But then if you look at those line contractor costs, sure, there's some period of time and therefore a period of cost associated with them getting here. But then generally, the storm comes and the storm actually happens, in which case we then very quickly convert them and assign them to jobs. And that's the vast, or we're getting them off of our system in the case where the storm went out to sea or whatever it did that had significantly less damage than what we were anticipating. But for the most part, these are storms where we did get the damage and we're utilizing these crews throughout the event as efficiently as possible to restore our customers and our communities. And that's the vast majority of the dollars. And again, I acknowledge these are very legitimate questions that are trying to get at, an area that's right kind of almost at the very, very beginning of a storm.
Mr. Sullivan, thank you for that. We're not challenging what the company believes is necessary for remediation. We're in the current docket evaluating the costs. I'm ignoring them. Playing off what we just discussed with that read-in, is the company able to provide a listing that identifies the various types of line crews, basically the vendors who are subject to a different standby definition than what I read with EOE 571? So in the case of Michael's, we're going to have a read-in to determine if the contract language is different. Different than what 571 says. My question is the company able to identify all vendors that are subject to different standby billing rules? A different definition specifically?
And while they evaluate that question, can you just identify the language in 571 that you think is relevant? I know that you previously drew a comparison between EOE 571 and EOE 907.
Yes.
Is there anyone in particular you're using as the comparator that you want them to compare to?
So what I observed was that EOE 571, which I'm not a lawyer, but when we read the contract, it appeared as though 571 did align, the response to 571 aligned to the contracts that we were observing. EOE 907 allowed for higher billing at an earlier time that didn't necessarily comport with the contract language that we saw for the vendors when we were evaluating 571. So the comparator would be, it looked like 571 was the MSA contract language, kind of the default language approach. And I'm not trying to reach a legal conclusion here. My two peers will jump in if they need to. We were trying to understand if there's differences, vendors that are different from that. You want to jump in? Yeah, okay.
One way that we can try and address the question that's being posed by Mr. Parent is we did file in the record a copy of the contracts that we have with line vendors and other vendors. If there are specific questions that EOE has about why we've agreed to a definition of standby time versus work time, that information is in the record and the contracts are there. And so we'd be happy to have witnesses answer questions about if you have a question about why we agreed to a certain definition of standby time versus work time.
So to clarify, I think I'm trying to figure out what vendors are subject to different contract language than the master service agreement had. And we did receive on the record the pricing schedules, especially when we asked. We didn't receive every comprehensive, complete cover-to-cover contract. So we couldn't do this assessment on our own because not everything was there. And now I'm not blaming the company. You guys included a lot of information. But we couldn't independently do this analysis to determine the different definitions within the contracts.
But before we understand how to even try to answer that as a late filed, it would be helpful if you could take the witnesses through what you see in 571 versus what you see in 907, so we could understand what point you're making before, right?
Sure. Let me try to repeat it, and I apologize if I'm a broken record here. 507 seemed to align to the master service agreement language in the contracts, the majority of the contracts that we did see, which suggested that the standby rate applied until the first assignment was made. So lower rate until first assignment. And I know not all of the vendors have different rates between standby and work, which is part of the struggle that we ran into. However, we did come across a few, and Michael's was one, where the definition, the treatment of the billing did not comport with the definition I just described. They billed at a higher rate earlier on before any assignments were demonstrated on the timesheets.
So that's something they.
We did with the interrogatories. So we asked the questions, which is where 907 comes in, and it actually asked for this information.
Can I make a suggestion? I think, Mr. Parent, read in B, the specific language for Michael's might, I think that might give you more information that might make it easier to ask this question, because then you might have an example of, okay, this seems like a different version of contract language than what we expected to see. How many contracts might we find that have something like this? Does that make sense? But we don't know yet. No one here knows yet. It might be that the Michael's language is actually not different, right? So that'd be my suggestion, is why don't we wait until we get that response, and then that would kind of provide the foundation for the question I think you're trying to ask.
I think that's great, and I apologize. I'm not a lawyer, so.
Questions, that's exactly, I think the chairman has exactly answered my concern, that you're asking the witnesses to operate from a conclusion that we haven't reached yet. But I think the read-in will get to that, so thank you.
Yes, so I agree. If the read-in demonstrates a different contract, then perhaps the follow-up would be any vendors that are subject to that contract. Language. Understood. Thank you.
Could I clarify the work? Just, and it might help the discussion, is that Michael's is on property as a transmission contractor. They had an immediate assignment to go to Newington, grab the distribution trucks and load them with tools. That is work time. They were performing work time efforts immediately from the beginning of their shift. That might be the confusion. I mean, we can go back into it, but that's work time, loading tools from their transmission trucks onto the D trucks, which are different. They can't do distribution restoration with a 100-foot bucket. So they get on those D trucks, load their tools up, and then they would go to the first restoration event. But that's still work time. Preparing to go to the first event is still considered work time, not standby rate.
So I think what we need to do is wait for the late file, because the contract doesn't define that for the MSA that we saw. Yeah, the read-in, apologies. I think we'll move on. I'm demonstrating my lack of legal prowess here, but all right, moving on. This might be the open LP. Moving on topics here. Does the storm recovery request include any situations where the company committed to pay a minimum number of billable hours or a minimum number of billable hours per day with an external vendor for a storm event? I will repeat it if needed.
Is there a data response that he wants to refer the witnesses to, just to ground them in the question? It's a very vast record if there could be a data response. Okay.
I can see how that would be helpful. I mean, I think absent of reference to a data response, I think you're just, I understood the question to be, is the panel aware of any agreement? I'm not trying to criticize the way you framed the question, but that was my understanding. And I think
I will word it the way the chairperson, is the panel aware of any instance where the company is paying a vendor for a minimum number of hours that is not necessarily tied to the hours worked?
There were contracts put in place called first right of refusal contracts, ROFR agreements, that were put in place that did guarantee up to a certain number of hours. Yes. Without seeing the contract in front of me, I can't remember the exact number of hours that was.
Okay. Hmm. I think I'm going to come back to the right of first refusal because I have a different set of questions on those, and I will hit those up when I hit that topic. We're going to,
Just to clarify that those contracts were put in place specifically for very large storms such as hurricanes that could be coming up the coast where we had to secure crews days in advance of that event to make sure that we had the right number of crews to handle that event. So that was the intent of the ROFR agreement, just for clarity.
thank you. I may have follow-ups to that when I hit that section in my notes. We're going to present on the screen interrogatory response 953 attachment 1.
And that's EOE 953?
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Give that a moment. So we are presenting the redacted support, so we are not going to address things that we shouldn't. First, can the company confirm that this is for the MS-23C event, which was a non-ERP event that was reported within ES IMT 4-45 as occurring between the dates of 2/23 and 2/24 of 23?
Apologies. Yes, this is related to MS-23C, February 23rd to the 25th.
25th. Okay. IMT 4-45 referenced the 24th, but I will accept the 25th as well. Referring to page 2, so this is the redacted documentation. I understand redacting the rates, but this page redacted the hours. Can the company explain why it redacted the hours that were billed on 2/23? No. Was not intentional.
Was not intentional.
Okay.
No.
I'm not asking questions about the actual rates themselves, but my question on this one is, can the company identify what the billing class was for this date? Meaning, was it billed at a standard time rate, which is characterized up there as a reg, an overtime rate, or a double time rate?
While we're waiting, I just have two kind of quick administrative suggestions for the remainder of the hearing. First, just generally, I think it'd be good if cross-examiners could pause after referencing an exhibit and just waiting for and it would also be helpful if the panel acknowledged, okay, we're there. That just tends to work better because it's hard to hear the question while you're digging up the exhibit. Secondly, I think, I might be wrong, Mr. Parent, but I think the panel needs to be looking at the non-redacted version of this exhibit in order to answer this question. Is that right?
Quite possible, and asking these questions will help us to not necessarily require a late file, I believe.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought if there's more like this, I think just a note, it might be helpful. I think if the panel had been asked to privately call up the unredacted version to begin with, that.
Thank you. I think this might be the only one that actually will matter this way.
Okay.
Do you have the unredacted version? Okay. Okay, let us just get the.
I'll just need a moment. Thank you.
Sure.
Just go to page 1.
The way through a little bit more.
I don't know if this will be helpful, but it seems like it's a very large invoice that folks are having, it's taking time to open, but I mean, certainly if we open the unredacted version, I would think we would be able to see the difference between, what hours they charge. And I don't know if that's sufficient to move on to your next point.
No, so the question is really to clarify what the rate classification was that it was billed at, and I'm trying to then drill into understanding if this is applicable to the event or not.
Meaning whether it was standby or working?
I think we want to see the answer to the first question, then I will definitely clarify this.
Okay.
It's all regular time.
Regular time.
Yes.
So for Storm, for this vendor contractually, or does regular time apply based on the contract? I guess my follow-up question then is it appears as though if it's billed at regular time, I'm trying to understand how this activity relates to the event.
Is there any specific activity on that invoice that you want the panel to focus on?
The billing rate of regular is not a Storm billing rate. So it's the activity in its entirety. If it was billed at a regular rate, the invoice, contract for Storm activity would move it from a regular rate to a different rate.
Question for the witness.
Sorry, I didn't mean to testify.
So if we can take stock of where we are, maybe we'll have you just rephrase your question to the witnesses, and we'll see if they can.
What activity occurred on this date, 2/23, that was billed at a regular rate that applied to the Storm event?
Thank you.
in the essence of time here, is it okay if we take a read in to have some
Yes.
time to look at this? It's just taking a long time to load everything.
There were some big files. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, we have that as a read in C.
Yes, that'll be read in C. The reference is EOE 953, attachment 1.
Page attachment 1, activity on February 23rd. How does it relate to these? How does it apply to the storm event?
Okay. Just to be hyper technical, I'm just going to make the reference to unredacted EOE 953 attachment 1. And the question is, how does the activity on February 23rd apply to the storm event?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, that's read in C.
Thank you.
We're going to move to pages 5 and 6 of the same redacted documentation. Similar to the last question, my question on this one is can you explain what storm-related work was performed on this date based on the information provided in the record as shown on the screen?
I mean, the specific, just looking at it from the distance here, the specifics of exactly what they were working on, no, but it would appear that they were on a storm work order charged to this storm, and they were working in the East Hampton Area Work Center, and they would be on either restoration or some form of permanent repair associated to prior restoration.
Okay. So I think it might be helpful to ground this conversation. Can the company discuss the expectations that required by order number 8 within docket 200803?
If we could first have Mr. Parent just identify what the content is of order number 8, that the witnesses won't have it at their fingertips, just to lay a proper foundation. If he could say, order number 8 says the following.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Parent.
So order number 8 states, and I quote, "No later than June 30th of 2021, the EDCs shall revise and file for the authority's review, modification, and approval timesheets or other documentation used to track work performed by external or contractor line crews and damage assessors during future storms. Such revised timesheet or other documentation shall include the following minimum set of information per shift: number or amount of work performed. A, number or amount of work performed. B, description and location of work performed. C, beginning and ending locations. D, paid time spent traveling at start and end of shift. E, paid time traveled for mobilization, demobilization, and standby time. And E, employee names, dates, and hours worked. It then further says the timesheets/documentation templates shall be included as an attachment to the EDC's public filed version of its ERP.
Yeah, so a lot of information there that was asked for, and we essentially do the best we can to fill out, that ask our contractors to fill out these invoices. And then from there, for those invoices to be translated over into invoices. But again, let's step back and see who is it that's filling out these timesheets. So these are folks, there's hundreds of them. They're out in the field. They're in all weather conditions, whether it's pouring rain, a raging blizzard, extreme heat, extreme drought. They're going 40 to 50 feet in the air. They're putting their hands on potentially energized conductors. Their forte is not filling out paperwork. Their forte is performing line work and restoring customers. Almost by definition, not 100%, they're not necessarily that good at paperwork. So we ask them to do the absolute best that they can in filling out that paperwork. We then have a field resource coordinator that is responsible for those crews on a daily basis, and that field resource coordinator is generally keeping safe and efficient use of those crews, keeping with them all day long, and then is attesting to the fact and signing off on that, that I had X number of crews for X number of hours, and they were safely and efficiently performing storm restoration. And we do the absolute best that we can with that. Now, there was, I think we saw the stat earlier, somewhere in the range of 30,000 invoices associated with this filing. Each of those would have potentially have several timesheets associated with that. So between those line workers filling out those timesheets to the best of their ability, and then the back office of those contractors then translating that into an invoice, if 80% of the time they got it correct, you'd easily be able to trot out 6,000 invoices and an order of magnitude above that timesheets and say, this was not filled out perfectly in accordance with that. And we would agree with that. We're doing the best we can under extreme circumstances to get the best information that we can. But at the end of the day, we're really relying on that field resource coordinator verifying that we have a certain number of crews for a certain number of hours that we're working on restoration, and then we have a back office staff that's reviewing those invoices and timesheets and doing the best they can to make sure that they're legitimate.
So let me ask a follow-up specifically to what is this even the right form that's included in the ERP? The ERP, does the ERP include a form, and is this the form? Understood.
We're talking about what's, right? You have to lead the witness through a series of questions to set a foundation, please.
I think I have it. When I read the order number 8, stated that it should a public version of the form should be included in the ERP. Is the form on the screen the version of the form that was included in the ERP?
Not the most recent ERP, no.
Is it a copy of the form that was included in the ERP as of the date of this invoice of this storm event?
Identify for the transcript what they're even looking at. Oh, yes, EOE 953. Okay.
It is not the same version.
Okay.
From 2023's ERP.
Thank you. If we can move to pages 7 to 11, but 7 is fine to put on the screen.
Excuse me, if I could just jump in with a question while we're moving on. Mr. Sullivan, I have a question for you. Have you introduced any time management, time reporting tools in recent years to assist your crew in accurate time reporting?
So over the past 4 years, we bring every single contractor in for a full day workshop that goes over timesheets. It goes over proper invoicing. It goes through all of our paperwork. We have seen that there's been a trend of more thorough documentation on timesheets. and it's gotten better over the years. And every year we bring them back in, but again, they have a lot of turnover. It's not the same workforce that they deal with on every single storm. If you think about a contractor, storm 1, and then storm 2, he could have a completely different workforce that he now has on that storm. So it is very challenging to educate every single crew. But the hours that are on the timesheet are the most critical. So when I look at some of these hours, travel, standby, and working time, for that 16-hour period during the storm, they're getting paid the working rate. So really, there's no financial difference in terms of how they're being paid. We like to know that they were traveling quite a bit that day, that they may have had downtime between jobs due to complexity or switching, and how many hours they felt they were working. And it's also good for the field coordinator to kind of track and review that at the end of the day as well. But at the end of the day, they're pretty much working a 16-hour shift. Almost all of our contractors, some will work alternate hours, but typically they work a 16-hour shift. And that's what the field coordinator is really trying to hone in on these sheets. I'll say the information that they're getting from dispatchers, from other field personnel, from having to walk the line themselves, a lot of times they're given very broad areas to go to with very little details of what they're going to find when they get there. And then they start performing restoration. And to Mr. Sullivan's answer, to then have them write down every action that they just performed in the field to get the lights back on is very tedious for some.
But this is all physical paper reporting. There's no like app or,
At this time, there is not an app.
some other way to make it easier and possibly more accurate all around. Okay, thank you.
Can I just read?
If I, sorry, just, well, we can come back to that, but just, in regards to apps or what they're using, again, as Mark described, really at the end of the day, the field resource coordinator is counting up crews, equipment, and the hours worked. But I think more to your point almost was how are we tracking what people are doing, what are they on, and are we using them efficiently? And there, we're really relying on the outage management system. Now, that is not a work management system. So it is not a timesheet system. To Mark's point, it's not asking you to break down all the discrete tasks, of which there are literally a dozen for each individual restoration, but it is lining up all of our incidents. It's an outage management system that's predicting where is the outage, what's the most likely device. That is what our response management teams or our RMTs are using to dispatch to the crews. That is what the field resource coordinator does have access to that in their truck. So they're able to go to and see these are the jobs that my crews are on. And that is what we're using to make sure that we're keeping track of all of our crews. We know what circuit they're on. We're not mixing crews up on different circuits without them knowing that there are other crews on those circuits. That's how we're performing switching and tagging, and that's how we're keeping track of when we restore customers and when the actual restoration time is. So again, it's not a work management system, but in terms of keeping track of where we are with the storm, how we're managing the outages, how we're managing the restoration, we do have a very sophisticated outage management system that we are using.
Thank you. And at some level, do you integrate the information you're receiving from those systems?
Yeah, the outage management system is really, and Chris could speak better to this than I could, but the outage management system is really just that. Again, think of it. These are incidents where we could easily have thousands, if not tens of thousands of incidents. And those are all related to obviously potentially tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of outages. It's grouping all of those together. It does track in terms of when do we dispatch a crew, when are they en route, when have they arrived on the job, when have they restored. It is tracking those items, but it's not really tied back to what at least I'm hearing in your question in terms of a full-fledged work management system, which are kind of two different types of systems.
Yeah, the outage management system is really everything that we need to run the storm. We have rosters with crews and how they're comprised, how they're put together, they're crewed, I should say. Are they on shift? Are they off shift? What area are they located in? All that is available to the restoration management team, and they dispatch them to events within the system and then progress their work as they call in and communicate to us that I'm en route, or I'm assigned, I'm en route, I'm on site, and when the event is restored or complete. So all that is contained within the outage management system. That is the system of record in a storm on how we utilize our crews.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I could just add, from a technology perspective, we have implemented a system for managing our internal resources. So our response specialists, I'd have to check on the exact date of deployment, but in the early 2020s, that went into service for our response specialists. And over the last couple of years, we've also implemented that for all of our other internal resources. And we are working on implementing a system for all of our contract resources, which we expect to be in place over the next year or two.
Thank you.
I may just get back to Mr. Parent's question and just reinforce something Mr. Baldwin said. So, this may be an older version of the invoice, of the timesheet. However, from a cost perspective, this timesheet contains all the information that we would need to put it through a thorough review and ensure that it does have, from a cost perspective, the correct hours, the right information we would need to ensure that the information we got from the field translates to the correct costs.
So just to clarify, we're on page 7, which is a different version. You're referring to still page.
Yes, I apologize. I was going back one, but I just wanted to reinforce that. And as we go to the next one too, you'll see that this cost information translates close to the same, so.
And I think what you could see here is that you could see the evolution of the older timesheet to the newer timesheet and how we've implemented corrective actions to our contractors in more accurate measures of what was on this timesheet versus other timesheets.
So maybe that's a good bridge to my next question. But before I do, Commissioner Beecher, you stole one of my questions further down. So if I repeat it, I apologize. I will try to cross it off. So I'm referring to pages 7 through 11 right now, and 7 is on the screen. This document is different from page 5. Can the company confirm that this is the correct document from the ERP? Okay. Why was the vendor permitted to include 2 different types of forms within the same invoice for the same event? I guess I'm just not quite sure why 2 different versions were accepted.
Mr. Parent, just so I'm following along, the 2 different versions are page 11 and
Page 7 that we're showing on the screen and page 5 that we previously showed.
oh, okay. Thank you.
While folks are looking to get to your specific question, again, as Mark pointed out, anytime those contractors come, their actual personnel can change because they're really pulling them out of the union hall. But again, think of who many of these contractors are. Many of them are essentially storm chasers. A whole industry has grown up over the last dozen years or so where they're in Connecticut on a storm this week. Next week, they're in Tennessee on a storm. The week after that, they're up in Michigan. The week after that, they're in Long Island. They all have various different forms. And also, this could be an Eversource contractor that we use on a fairly regular basis in one of our 3 states, and they could have had a form available to them for that. They're going to use the form that they have. Again, we endeavor to use the correct form, but that doesn't happen in all cases. And as John pointed out, the information on there in terms of how many people were working, how many hours did they work, and we have a field resource coordinator that's attesting to that. We think that allows us enough information to validate the invoices. But
Another point would be that this vendor operates in multiple different states. So to Steve's point, they have different crews, different groups that would be overseeing them. And that's how a different version of the timesheet, again, same information, different look. I would also say you'll also see potentially where you have a large number of contractors that have multiple subcontractors working for them underneath the parent company. And again, in those areas, you may have one administrative person overseeing one group of contractors and another administrative person overseeing another group of contractors, all rolling up potentially to the same invoice, but their paperwork potentially could be slightly off by a revision.
Understood. So if I'm looking at the current page that's presented, page 5, can the company tell me what the vendor billed at, meaning specifically what rate? Is this standby? Is this work? Based on the information on the screen. This is page 5. I think we jumped to page 6, but
Based
it's
on this information, they would have billed at straight time.
straight time.
Yes.
This vendor also was a dock crew as well. So having this information right in front of me, I mean, there's multiple different reasons why they could have transitioned from working straight time work as a dock crew to transitioning onto storm at some point, and it could have been a mixture of both.
So going off script for just a moment, for the benefit of the commissioners, can you just explain what a dock crew is?
A dock crew is a contractor that is working on behalf of Eversource, performing time and material work, doing multiple different types of work. Could be new customer work, could be reliability work, could be post-storm work, could be reliability work. They're an extension of the Eversource platform on that area work center.
Thank you. So dock crews would support routine non-storm activity along with storm.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Could I just chime in just to provide an additional clarification? So we have contractors of choice. There are blue sky crews. There's a subset of those crews that are able to perform work up to a certain threshold without having to go through an additional competitive bidding process.
Yep.
So those are the dock crews. Those are the crews that are on our platform every day and supporting, day-to-day work.
Sure. And dock crews, do they bill at higher rates for storm when they're assigned to a storm versus non-storm?
So they will bill at a higher rate depending on the number of hours that they've worked in accordance with the contract that's in place for those.
So to clarify, if they're assigned to a storm, they may still bill at a straight time rate? Is that what I just heard you say?
I believe it's dependent on the number of hours they've worked to that point.
Okay.
There is a storm rate, but if they're working and they're not yet engaged in the storm, then they would just continue to work up to that point. If they work over a predetermined amount of hours, then they might see a higher rate.
So looking at the screen, if I heard the company's response correctly, these billed at a straight time rate on this day. And the prior day, which was one of the earlier questions, they were, for the page that had a redaction on it, they also billed at a straight time rate. Are you saying that they were on storm duty billing at a lower rate and that aligns to the contract? Or are you saying this could be non-storm activity?
I'd have to talk to the team to understand what the work that was being performed is to make a definitive determination to that.
Okay, so we already have a read in, so we could follow up at that point. Thank you. Does the company believe, going to page 7? Thank you. Does the company believe that does the company believe or consider that the documents as shown on page 7 in front of us are fully completed?
When you say fully completed, what are you comparing that request to? I just want to make sure the witnesses have the context.
Thank you. A combination of order number 8 and the timesheet requirements that were established in the ERP.
And I think that to comply doesn't mean that it has to be perfectly filled out. It needs to be filled out so that it can be properly billed and properly paid. But to say that every box has to be checked and every box has to be filled in, I don't think that we have to get to the point of perfection on the timesheets.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would say order 8 does not impose that standard.
So is the Is it your position that the information that was required by order number 8 simply needs to be on the timesheet but not filled in?
I think we're getting to a legal interpretation of what order number 8 means. I think the question's been asked and answered because Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Colorio said, we have education where we educate, we use our best efforts, and they endeavor to fill them out, but it's not perfection. They also testified that the critical informations in terms of number of personnel and hours are there to help us confirm that the work was done. So I'm just trying to understand, does Mr. Parent have a new question here? Or it almost sounds like he's restating a prior question and asking for the same answer.
I will pull that back and move on.
Okay, I'll in case it's helpful, I would sustain as asked and answered with the rationale that I took the panel's testimony essentially to say that from where the panel sits, without providing legal interpretation, it's their understanding that these are compliant with Order 8. And I think that answer was provided. So if you're, okay.
Moving to page 10. It's a little hard to read, but if you could read the second row down under the description of work. Thank you. I read that, it's a little blurry. I read that to say report to work released 8 a.m., 4-hour minimum show up. Does the company read that the same way?
Yes.
Can you explain what that means?
I would explain it as most unions, including our own internal workforce, has a 4-hour minimum, meaning if you show up to work, you're guaranteed 4 hours of work. If it was a Saturday or a scheduled work assignment, and you came in and you said, you know what, we're going to cancel you for the day, where they would charge for 4 hours. I would also say that they were released from work. They had to get back to their show up. They had to get back to their location. That probably, in my opinion, would not exceed 4 hours.
Does the contract require a 4-hour?
The contract is under this contract. Currently, the new contract does. This contract does not have a 4-hour bill to minimum. If I could correct that, the COC contract, which is different than the storm contract, does have a bill to minimum of 4 hours. And this is a COC contractor of choice.
Did the vendor perform any remediation on February 25th where it's reporting the 4 hours?
It does not appear that they perform work on that day.
Okay. I'd like to request a late file. The late file for this vendor, so we're referring to EUE 953, attachment 1. I would simply like a late file that breaks down the billing impact for this invoice per day. I think that would not be confidential. I'm not trying to include confidential rates, just the overall billing impact per day.
Can you just define what do you mean by billing impact?
The costs attributable to this invoice per day of the year in which they billed rates, in which they billed for this storm, for this specific storm.
So the invoice or the timesheet?
One would presume that they should reconcile to each other.
Yes, but maybe there's more on the invoice than there is on the timesheet. Can you, so can you just state?
If they're not the same, please provide both. If they are the same, it should be the same answer.
All right, I have that as late file 4, reference EOE 953 attachment 1. Please provide a billing impact for this invoice.
Split by day.
Per day. And in parentheses, I said cost attributable to the invoiced amount per day. Is that what you're looking
Yes,
for?
that works.
Okay. Also, it's getting to be around lunchtime, but I don't want to stop you if you're in a flow, but if
We just hit a stopping point.
okay. So Eversource would a 52-minute lunch break. I'm just aware of got a lot of people to go feed and then get all back here. So I don't know if that's enough time. We could do an hour and 15 or.
Yes, that works well for 1 o'clock, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. We'll break for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stretch. Thank you for ending that
Yeah,
there.
no, that's, I knew that was this point, but.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
If that's doable, yes.
Do you have the ability to just give us like a rough transcript, even if it's not, because we'll take your rough. Yeah.
All right, yeah,
Yeah.
I would actually appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, because we, no, you don't need to do that. Yeah. Just shoot us the rough, because we're taking good notes too, but that just helps us.
Do you want
Yeah.
to do that for all the remaining days also?
Yeah, I think
Docket?
we'd like to get the final, like whenever you can do it, but I think if you're giving us roughs, if it doesn't work, we'll come back to you, but I think that's fine. Yeah. Don't want you staying up all night. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, that was good.
Yeah, yes.
In case anyone wonders why we're always rushing in here, it's because if we leave that door open more than 15 seconds, it sets the alarm off. So that's why. Little insider info.
We just can't wait to return to you.
All right, any administrative matters before we start back up?
Chairman, we do have one read-in. With your permission, we can have the witness provide the answer to read-in A. Thank you.
Sure,
Ms.
thank you.
Landry, and that was read-in A referred to RSR 106 attachment 1, and Ms. Landry can provide the response to the question.
Sure. So in response to that question on the employee on line 35, just to maintain the confidentiality of the employee, that employee actually was addressed in EOE 446. So that employee during this event, he received an assignment to identify locations in the field where a specific piece of material, actually a hotline clamp, was in place. After a failure during MS 18F event in the Norwalk area, it was determined that these specific hotline clamps were the cause, and the company wanted to proactively address the potential for additional outages. The assignment to identify, locate, and document these locations continued beyond the timeframe of the event. Both the employee recorded and the supervisor approved this effort to the storm since it was initiated in support of the weather event. So although the time was entered and approved in good faith, the company recognized the ambiguity of this hours because there's other hours associated with that employee in the RSR 106 selection. It's one piece of his timesheet. So what ended up happening is there was 78 hours of total overtime, and the company agreed to remove the hours and associated costs, and the company that'll be reflected in the filed update.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No other administrative matters?
Nothing further, Chairman.
Okay. All right, EOE, you can resume cross.
Great, thank you. Where we left off. All right. The next one, we're going to look at interrogatory response EOE 955, and we're going to present on the screen the attachment 1. So while we're presenting the attachment, I'd also like the company to look at the response to EOE 955 itself, in a specific focus on the response to subsection B.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. So I'm not going to belabor too many examples. This is similar to a question that was asked earlier, but it is different. And the company's response to subsection B stated, the timesheets were, and I quote, filled out, parenthetically, completed. I'm sorry, completely. So filled out completely under the circumstances. As I look at the screen, this one looks different from the example that we previously went over, where this one has no information filled in under the work description or distribution section. Can the company explain what is unique about this one, where the company concluded that the timesheet was filled out completely under the circumstances?
Well, I mean, if I could, just while others are looking up to find the specifics on this particular circumstance, again, I would just come back to, we're talking about 30,000 invoices, so multiple of that in terms of numbers of invoices. And again, 80-20 rule, you could easily find 6,000 invoices and some multiple of that in a desktop post-event analysis, you could say, all these boxes weren't filled out. I would just circle back to, this is all happening in the field. This is all happening while poles are down, trees are on top of them, equipment is in the street, customers are out. School buses can't get to school. We're doing the best we can to serve the communities and the customers. We're asking the line workers to fill the timesheets out the best that they can under those circumstances at the end of a long day, and then the contractors to translate those invoices for us. But we are relying on multiple verification points, the key one of which, to me at least, is the field resource coordinator that is responsible for those crews for the entirety of the day, both their safety and their efficiency. And he or she is making sure that the number of crews and equipment and hours is accurate. And that's the main thing that the field resource coordinator is looking for. And we feel that's the main piece of information to verify invoices.
I'll add to that, this appears to be a 4-hour minimum for crews.
It is. So wouldn't the description of work still be required, even if there was no work?
Well, I would say, order number 8 allows for a collaboration of records, right? So we have many other sources to determine that the time is appropriate. Whether that's missing from the description or not, I don't know if that determines whether they should get paid.
So follow-up question, Mr. Sullivan, if I heard you correctly, you basically said that 80-20 rule and referenced a number of things. You referenced the, what is it, the resource coordinator? Field resource coordinator?
Yes, field resource coordinator.
Thank you. So this was signed on the exact same day as the activity. What role does the field resource coordinator have to ensure that the information is filled out? This was signed also by, I presume, that individual on the screen. Reginald was the field resource coordinator.
So in looking at this timesheet, and again, as Mr. Sullivan explained, there's 30,000 of them, but on this date, I'm sure Reginald probably contacted MTV, and they instructed MTV that the storm did not materialize. They were probably en route to their work location to stand by, which is why they charged 4 hours of work time. He instructed them, you're now to be released and head back. And if there was enough time there between, I think it started at 10 a.m., if I'm reading that correctly, or it ended at 10 a.m., which really falls in line with when we start cruise at 06.
Yep.
So if they started traveling at 06, and in between that time period, the incident commander and planning section said, it is not materializing. We need to quickly shift to demobilizing these crews. Reginald probably relayed that information. MTV probably sent him this timesheet. He agreed to it, and it was then invoiced.
So let me ask this question. I'm taking this one off the cuff here. Does the company actually analyze the billing of travel, standby work, and use the aggregation of the total hours billed to determine if future events should have more or less resources?
I don't believe we have the systems that would be capable of analyzing the time in that way. These are manual timesheets.
Understood. Okay. I'm moving on to the topic of Frontier. I'm not sure who I'm going to direct my questions to here.
Is there a data response? I just want to confirm.
I was
Okay.
about to, yes.
Thank you.
So I'm referring to interrogatory response EOE 21.
We're there.
Thank you. I will simply say I'm confused by this interrogatory response, and I was hoping to obtain some clarification. If I'm interpreting it correctly, the response suggests that it's okay for the billing for Frontier to fall between the 28 and 32% amount. Yet,
I'm sorry.
please.
Question are you on?
I had
I'm on 21.
EOE
921.
Oh, 9.
Oh, 9. Oh,
Okay, thank you.
Did I not say 921?
please.
I'm sorry.
apologies.
We heard that as 921, so we'll redirect them to, I'm sorry, we heard it as EOE 21. You want to go to 921.
Yes, I apologize. I'm there. Thank you. So as I was saying, I'm confused by the response. Can you clarify the response? Is it the company's position that it's not ensuring that the full 30% is billed back to Frontier, or please just clarify?
So throughout the course of the year, every time we have a storm, we bill Frontier quarterly based on actuals to date and UVLs known at the time. And we strive to charge Frontier to that 30% requirement. But generally, from storm to storm, it can vary from 28 to 32.
Sure.
And over the course of the year, we reconcile to 30% on an annual basis.
That makes sense. Thank you. So the original inquiry was attempting to figure out how much additional amounts were going to be billed to Frontier to arrive at the 30%. Is the company planning an adjustment in late file 1 for this?
I'll have to confirm with my team.
Oops, sorry. So no, I don't believe we would have an adjustment because as this states, we always reconcile to the 30%. So what's in the filing, we always back out a total of 30%. So it's on the company to be able to recover that from Frontier, but for purposes of this filing, we've taken out the 30%.
Okay, so now I don't have my site prepared, but I'm under the impression that we're not at 30%. And I could take a minute and try to find the specific response that supported that.
Yeah, we're fine with taking a minute. That way, Mr. Parent can identify the specific interrogatory, and then we can have the panel look at that and provide a response. So we're fine with, if that's fine with the commissioners.
Actually, I don't need to go far. It's actually in this response. So this response, the response that the company provided was the overall total vegetation cost, vegetation management cost for storm MS23H was 1.1. I'm not going to rattle off all the digits. And the Frontier reimbursement was 323,705 or 27.9%. So this response also supports that it's not, at least this one event was not at 30%. There was a different one that I can find that showed the amounts in totality as well that did not equal the 30%.
There was a response that showed where we are to date against the filing, and it was slightly less than 30%, but it also said that the company plans to reconcile it to the 30% at the end, because there's.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't want to speak, I think there's an answer we can get for you that says that.
Basically, my question is, does your answer change?
So we will, yes, we'll make sure that it gets to the 30%. So if overall we're a little under the 30 for the final true up, yes, we will make sure of that.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That was.
My apologies.
Okay. I'm wondering if we want to request a late file so that we could reconcile the total amount for Frontier based on the final numbers to the final amounts that are offset to Frontier, just so that when the LFE is provided, there's record evidence that would support it. Can I request a late file for Frontier billings versus vegetation costs to demonstrate the 40% allocation?
30%.
Yes.
30.
30. You said 40.
30% allocation.
And would that be to demonstrate the 30% allocation that are you basically looking for backup for the 30% allocation we expect to see in late file 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That'll be late file 5. Please provide Frontier billings versus vegetation cost to demonstrate the 30% allocation within late file 1. I guess I'll say the expected 30% allocation within late file 1.
Yes, that's it. What's the? EUE 703 attachment 1 itself, my colleague is showing me that is the exhibit that supports it. Sticking with Frontier, I'm going to refer to EUE 869.
Is that the narrative response or the attachment 1?
The narrative response.
Thank you.
We're there.
So there's a quite lengthy response, but I'm going to focus in on C, the response to subsection C, and then it impacts the response to subsection D as well. The purpose of this interrogatory was to understand if any food and lodging costs that are included in the recovery request are applicable to vegetation crews, which could then or would then be offset to the Frontier Settlement Agreement. That was the purpose of the interrogatory. The company provided a pretty lengthy response, but I didn't see a direct answer to the question. Am I correct to understand that some of the food and lodging costs that would be in the recovery request would be applicable to vegetation crews?
Yes, so we have lodging that is provided by the contractors themselves for any time they are pre-staging, if it's a very large event where we're bringing crews from out of state. Typically, the crews that work on our system for vegetation management work on our system every day. And those resources typically do not need a hotel room if they work in their area. When we move them outside of their area and they have a long drive to get back, we will provide them hotels. And the most efficient way to do that is through our food and lodging team. And those particular costs are not broken out to be reimbursed specifically by Frontier. But anything that is charged by the contractor for lodging that they provided themselves would be reimbursed by Frontier on that 30% basis.
So if it's passed through their invoice, it's allocated back, but if it's not and it's paid by the company, either food or lodging by the company, it's not being offset to the 30% settlement agreement amount.
Correct.
So, one moment. Okay. Can the company provide an estimate, percentage of the total costs associated with food and lodging that is attributable to vegetation crews?
It would vary by each and every storm. We would have to go back to every single storm, every single invoice. It's probably not something that could be readily attained.
If you were to guess, and I have a feeling somebody's going to have an issue.
Yeah. We would not want the witness to speculate. For example, if we're at an area work center handing out sandwiches, we'd not be able to count if 5 sandwiches were given to a vegetation management group. But
If you maybe.
I'll also say, I know we don't have the rules of evidence here, but there's a rule against speculation.
Understood.
So when you're literally asking, can you please speculate? That's generally frowned upon.
I do appreciate that. So, can I request it? Request the estimate. Why not? I'd like to request the estimate. Can I request a late file where the company provides the estimate based on their review of the underlying records for food and hotel costs?
I think we can ask for a late file. Well, I'll ask the company. I think if that were framed as whether, if possible, if the company can perform that work in the timeline available in this docket, and if not, maybe just provide a narrative of why that it's not possible to provide that.
I'm okay with that.
yes, Chairman, well, we can take that and we'll do our best in the time that we have to respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that'll be late file 6. It'll be, please provide an estimate of food and lodging attributable to vegetation. If not possible, please provide a narrative explaining why.
My Tom was rattling the same thing in my ear as you were talking, so thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Tom Lopez on behalf of EOE. Just introducing myself again because it's been a while. I have a couple quick questions. Switching topics. Can I ask a foundational question? What is a wire guard?
A wire guard is a resource that we use to relieve police, relieve their fire and police apparatus from a location where we have a wire down or a hazard that can't be left unattended.
Okay, and what would a wire guard? So a wire guard is deployed and put in place to
There to
guard.
make sure the scene remains safe and that no one enters the area.
Okay, and so what are their tasks while they're guarding the wire?
They're there to guard the wire and watch the scene to make sure no one enters the area. They are essentially replacing the police and fire department from that very task.
Okay, so they have. I'm not trying to I'm just trying to understand. Sorry. So like they might have like a caution tape or other things of that nature.
Yeah, they'll put out cones and caution tape to make sure there's a safe perimeter from our equipment.
Okay, that makes sense. And then just. I know this is basic, but I'm just, so then they're just And then once that's kind of put in place, they're just making sure no one who's not authorized to be there is crossing so that they're not in danger, correct? Okay. Sorry, so, and I guess, my next question, and then, is, are there any specific, and I think this may be on the record, but just, again, this is for my edification. Are there any specific qualifications that that person may need, to stand wire guard, or is it more basic than that?
No, I can't speak specifically to the qualifications, but they are trained in that task. They have ERP training to perform that duty.
Okay, so, and that training would be provided by the company? Like an internal training type, or even if there's a contractor that provides the training?
I could speak for internals. The internals we train, but the contractors, I'll defer to my colleagues.
We also train. I was just confirming.
Train both. Okay.
They train both, yes.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So staying with the same broad topic, I'm going to refer to EOE 969.
I'm there.
Thank you. The last sentence in the response says, for any event where wire guards were activated, the number of wire guards deemed necessary may be found in the resource acquisition section of the preparedness briefings and incident action plans within each Exhibit ES IMT 4 supplemental filed for emergency events. Can the company reference the specific location where the information was included for MS-19A? Specifically the page, I guess.
And if that's going to take some time, we're happy to give it as a read-in because it'll be going through a very voluminous document. So Mr. Colorio.
Let's do a read-in for that, please. But the documents that you're referring to, that is, the normal process that we would include within our communications and number of wire guards, which are hired or available for us to run.
So the reason for the question is I didn't see one. And the original request was looking for counts of wire guards. And since I was unable to create it myself, my follow-up to that is if it doesn't exist in the filings, I would like to request a late file. So I'm not sure if a read-in is the right way, or if we just took a minute, I'd be willing to wait a moment.
It's not efficient for us to look.
I can come back to the topic as we progress if somebody's looking in the meantime.
We can take the read-in. And the reason why I offer that is just to be efficient in terms of being respectful of everybody's time here. What we can do is we can take the read-in, and then if we're able to find it, we'll provide the citation. If we can't find the information, then we'll commit to a late file. Does that work for the chairman and for the other commissioners?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's standard practice in my experience, is that it's often, I think, as everyone's seen, we get to the end and a lot of read-ins kind of have to get converted to late files, which is part of why I'm being so persnickety about recording the read-ins. So that will be read-in D. And what I have is reference EOE 969 response D. Please provide the location of the wire guard count for, and then can you tell me the storm you're looking for?
MS-19A.
MS-19A.
And just to be clear, if the information doesn't exist, I actually would like a late file that provides the total counts of wire guards for all events.
Okay, so we'll take it one step at a time. We will endeavor to provide the information requested in read-in D. And then depending on the response, we can ask the chairman for direction on how we respond for next steps. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Oops, that'll again be read in D.
Okay. I'm moving on to EUE 970, specifically the attachment 1.
Just to be clear, I think that EOE 970 has a confidential and a redacted. Is there?
So I'm currently looking at the redacted to make sure that I don't say anything I shouldn't, but
Understood.
they do not need for this, at least not yet.
I'm there.
Thank you. So the interrogatory requested a list, basically competitive bids. It was looking for any of the wire guards that were subject to an RFP and competitive bids. And the EUE 970 attachment 1 redacted lists the 8 wire guard vendors that were granted a contract, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did the company determine the 8 vendors who were awarded the contracts? And I'll reword that a little bit. Say, what was the criteria for which the company evaluated to determine that these 8 vendors would be awarded the contracts?
So typically we're evaluating based on technical requirements and their ability to support storm events during the events as they might occur. When we are doing a competitive bid within the procurement department, policies allow for us to not have to do a competitive bid. And with that, that's out of an intent to try and support restoration activities as safely and quickly as we can for our customers. So although we're doing a competitive bid, we are evaluating the general terms and conditions and looking to put in place terms that mitigate and alleviate some of the risk that the company, incurs as part of some of this very dangerous work. We're also getting pricing for the suppliers that are in place. I believe the exhibit that you're looking at has the distribution of pricing, and based on the availability of crews for a particular storm effort, we're evaluating availability as well as the commercial strength of the proposals to select the suppliers that we're going to elect to bring in to support that event.
I think I may have misunderstood something that you said. The competitive bid, are these for storm events or are these for blue sky events?
So these wire down guards are typically for, in this context, they're for storm events.
Okay.
If we're putting in place contracts for storm events, our emphasis is really making sure that we have the availability of resources.
Thank you. And are wire guards ever used for blue sky events?
No, they are not.
Thank you. Where are the vendors located? I don't need specific address. I just need, are these all Connecticut? Are these out of state?
Specifically don't know, but Northeast located.
Yeah.
So could be Massachusetts, Connecticut, but within the Northeast.
Were the competitive bid results here unique for Eversource Connecticut, or were they applicable for Eversource Massachusetts and other locations?
I don't know offhand. I can look into the specifics of the solicitation and do a read-in if that works for you.
I might come back to that if I can. So does the location and the amount of commute, the amount of travel that the WireGuard resources would need to incur play into the equation for which vendors are awarded the contracts?
Yeah. Yes, and it doesn't just speak to wire guards. We take that calculation and when establishing, our criteria for hiring crews. So you could be from Chicago and be a cheaper hourly rate, but obviously the distance you have to travel to and from is going to offset potentially any savings that you would see in an hourly rate. Some hourly rates may be a little bit higher in Connecticut, but yet they don't have to travel anywhere to get, to the state of Connecticut. So we have that formula, and then we tier our contractors and choose accordingly.
You tier the contractors. So does that mean that the individuals listed on this, the companies listed on the attachment is.
Not in this format that is here. No.
Okay. Specific to the 8 contractors that are listed in the attachment 1, does the company know if it's used them?
Services. I believe we've used a portion of them. I can't confirm, definitively that we've used all of them. Again, when we put in place these contracts, we're putting them in place to ensure that we have support for the storm event. There's not necessarily, and there's generally not any guarantee of any work actually being awarded, but out of an effort to make sure that we are proactively putting in place terms and conditions and understand the pricing associated with these suppliers, we try to get those agreements in place proactively so that way we don't have to incur the delays that would be associated if we engage them at the time of the event.
So what is the company's process for knowing who to engage first? Meaning, are the vendors that are listed here the first ones engaged?
So they would generally be the first ones engaged as a starting point, but we would generally go to those that have availability and then ranking them based on who has the best commercial rates.
Is that what you just described sounds like an assessment for each storm? Is that documented?
Currently, yes, it has been documented. I believe it was in 2025 when we formalized the documentation of our hiring practice to be in a formal policy.
Policy, and you said 25. The results of that, is that now documented in 25, or is it just the policies documented?
The policy was officially documented.
Okay, are the results documented, whether it's in 25 or for the storm events included in this docket?
So when you say results,
so the assessment that says, hey, this first one, I went through the list, this is the lowest cost option out of Connecticut, they're not available, moved on to the next one, something like that. I'm not sure how you would.
criteria is outlined in that.
Yep.
For wire guards and service crews that we typically don't hire large quantities of. We tier and rank and will record how we've done that hiring since 2025.
Okay, so the events included in the current docket.
I don't think you'll be able to find, that a call log or something like that.
Okay.
I'll add, this is not a resource that we hire often for storms.
Understood.
So we can rank them, say this one's cheaper, whatever it is. We may not be able to get them. We may only be able to procure what's available for a storm when we need them.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's not that simple. It's, we have contracts, but whether they're available or not, we may be competing with other utilities around us, to the west of us, to the south of us. And sometimes we just get what's available to meet our needs.
Thank you. Back to the prior read in D, I think that's what we were trying to get our hands wrapped around is the degree of usage, and we were unable to fully do that. So we're just setting a foundation that will help with the results of read in D.
For most storms, we meet the need for wire guards internally with our internal employees.
Okay, thank you. You want to?
So if I could you refer to EOE 873, please? Thank you. And more specifically to the company's response. So I'm just trying to understand that the company was originally planning to add $251,161 of costs for wire guards for the MS-23J event. And that was based on the company's supplemental invoices provided in EOE 535 SPO1 attachment 2, but then changed course and conceded that those costs were not applicable to Connecticut. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And just, so the $251,161 of costs there. So I'd refer you to page 127 of EOE 535 SPO1 attachment 2, and you can look at the redacted version that is fine. And
So to confirm, while she's calling that up, you said cross-reference EOE 535, page 127. SPO. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'll just EOE 535 SPO1 attachment 2, and specifically page 127 and page 208. So 127. I can start with 127.
We're there.
Okay, thank you. And so on page 127, the total is $110,798, correct? The total of the invoice?
And my glasses aren't working as well. Yes, I believe so.
I can confirm that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 208, I'll direct you now to 208. Sorry, I'm a lawyer, so I do slow math. So so let me know when you're at 208. Okay.
There.
So on page 208, it's the total of that invoice is $140,363. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so adding that 140,363 on page 208 and the 110,798 on page 127 equals the $251,161 that you were referring to in the response to EOE 873, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So give me just a moment. I guess I'd like to look at pages, wait, give me a second here. Let's just flip it down. Thank you.
Where are you thinking? Oh, I know what you want.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like 2. What page is that?
260.
Yeah, so if you could just refer to page 216 on attachment 2, what we've been talking about, EOE 535. So, and this is just indicative of I believe all of them. Each of these mobilization and demobilization time reports identified in the end location or one of the locations, it listed as Hartford, Connecticut. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And so I guess where I'm trying to understand is how am I supposed to understand that these are not for Connecticut and Massachusetts as you're stating in the response? I'm just trying to reconcile that.
Yeah, so it's a good question. So this was actually this was a unique situation here with this particular vendor. So, just to back up, so it's not entirely uncommon for us to bring resources on and change their course as they're heading into our service territory, especially with vendors coming from this far away, right? They're coming from Pennsylvania. So in this case, they were originally charged to Massachusetts. So if you go back to the original page, I think it was 206, you can see the reference to Massachusetts. It says Storm Restoration MA. So that was our initial read on this invoice. And then we also noticed that they landed in Hartford. So seeing that, there was a little bit of, lacking a little bit of clarity, we ended up having a discussion with the vendor and asked them, specifically where they came up to support. They said we were in Connecticut. So we ended up charging it to Connecticut. And now fast forward, we ended up, in response to this particular question, we went through all the details and ultimately looked through all of our internal records, and we went as deep as we could and ultimately made the determination that they never actually were going to support Connecticut and they belonged in Massachusetts. So in this particular case, it was unique because it kind of had multiple references. So to your question, how are you supposed to get to that answer? I mean, we take great effort to ensure that we do not have, that our invoicing is going to the correct location. And in this case, it kind of went a little bit further than we expected, but as you can see, we did dig extremely deep, having discussions with the vendor, going deep into our own records to ultimately land on the correct spot for this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think on the one it said Philadelphia MS, which is Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Maybe I should have had my glasses on. Yes,
Yeah.
you're correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Which I guess there's a Philadelphia, Mississippi. I do appreciate that, and that's helpful. I guess my follow-up question to that is, does the company know that additional costs don't fall into that same scenario? That should be allocated to Massachusetts or New Hampshire as opposed to Connecticut.
Yeah, so I mean, these vendors are, they're supposed to build with a separate POs for each state. So effectively, they should be billing the correct PO. So that's kind of a first check. And when they're instructed to go between states, right, their timesheet should reflect stopping at one state and starting in the next, and their bills will come in under separate POs. So that's kind of on the vendor side. From internally, I think we've laid out, we also go through all these invoices. It goes through a rigorous approval process, and we also do a whole secondary review before even filing. We create these exhibits and we go through a whole analysis and we go line by line, especially on the contracts being, or the outside services being the biggest percentage of the cost recovery. We spend time going invoice by invoice. And we do find it once in a while, they'll be in the wrong state. We'll make that correction. However, it's not as common as you would think. And our review process does find that and correct it.
Thanks. And just, I guess to follow on that, and you just based on your response. So you said that, the first check is essentially the timesheet review. And so could you just kind of expand on that? So they'll submit, and I know we've kind of done this in other topic areas, just trying to understand the operation, the process. So that's submitted, and then the timesheet reviewer, what can they do in that scenario, right? If I'm not saying, look, mistakes are caught, what can they do? What are the options available to them at that?
Can I add one, up front, when we receive crews into any state within the company. Before the crews arrive, we receive rosters that they've committed with names and what the resource type is that's coming to us, that will be available to us. And when they were on site, they get into Connecticut, we confirm that the rosters match what they've committed to us. So that's the upfront process. And then I'll let John talk a little bit more about the next steps on the invoice side.
And I just want to make sure it's noted that every state has a different work order, right? So if I'm working in Connecticut, there's a Connecticut specific work order. And then when I get transported with my crew guide or my direction is given, I'm given the Massachusetts work order now to transition from Connecticut to Massachusetts. And I'll start a new timesheet that will document Massachusetts. If I then go on to New Hampshire, I'll be given a New Hampshire work order. So that's how, and then those work orders are tied to the state-specific POs. So the contractors know that if I'm operating in Connecticut, I'm charging the Connecticut work order, and those dollars are going to be charged to the Connecticut PO.
One other thing I'd like to mention is when we shift crews between states, the management team for those resources typically does not change. So if you're running 100 crews in New Hampshire, they're done with their restoration, and now we are bringing those crews down as mutual aid into Connecticut. Those resources that have been managing them since they were received on Eversource property in any state typically stays with them as they come down from mutual aid. So that maintains continuity of who's with them, how many crews, and where they're working and when. So we maintain the same management team typically to stay with those resources to avoid a lot of this confusion there that we're talking about.
And I guess to build on that, during these reviews, our team does have at their disposal, so they're looking at the supporting documentation, but they also can reach out to the operations personnel. But in this case, we did reach out to the vendor, as John had mentioned, and I think the vendor was confused and said they worked in Connecticut. So I think that's what happened here.
And then also we have software. So when we move resources from Massachusetts to Connecticut, Connecticut to New Hampshire, we move them in ARCO. So there's almost like a timestamp when they get transitioned in our software. So you can kind of see the movements. That does a lot of different things. That tells our food and lodge an inbound 50, 60 crews coming in to that state, and we're prepared to receive them. And they're coming with their contingent of support.
We actually cannot assign those crews in Connecticut in our outage management system until that step of the process happens. So until they're moved in ARCOS, their badges do not show up in OMS in our area of responsibility, where we then can assign them to work. So there's many steps in the process to make sure the crews are where they're supposed to be. And then, of course, things happen on the time charging side, but I think we got a good
Just to answer your
understanding.
question, Tom, what do we do? Like, what are our steps, right? So the invoice comes in, it's in the form that you generally see in our exhibits, right? It's a summary and a bunch of timesheets. Our team first takes a look, recreates this invoice in Microsoft Excel and make sure all of the math works. They check for, we give them a checklist, which is, storm dates, work order, as Mark mentioned, big part of our check, make sure that the work order is correct. And there's a distinct difference between a Mass, Connecticut, New Hampshire work order. So that's always a very quick tip off, but they go through, they redo the math, they're checking the receipts and the hotel logs, all the things the vendors provide as backup gets ticked and tied. In the event, though, just to get directly to your question, we'll reject an invoice. If it comes into Connecticut, but it was meant for Mass or vice versa, we immediately reject that, kick it back to the vendor to resubmit under the correct accounting and purchase order.
Can I ask a question? I thought I heard, and correct me if I misheard it, I thought I heard that there are some circumstances where a crew, or in this circumstance, a wire guard might come from a different state and maybe arrive in Connecticut, do work there, and then for a big storm, maybe like Isaias, then be rerouted to Massachusetts afterwards, right? How does the travel costs there work? Like, does Connecticut pay for that? I'm randomly looking at page 207. It looks like this invoice originated in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And this isn't one of the invoices that does that, but who pays someone's got to pay for that person to get from Louisiana to Connecticut, and then from Connecticut to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts back to Louisiana. How does that all work?
Sure. So mobilization, so if the crew was secured for Connecticut and they came from Pennsylvania, Connecticut would pay for the mobilization from Pennsylvania to Connecticut. They would ultimately do, this is assuming they do work in Connecticut, and then they get reassigned to Massachusetts. Massachusetts then picks up the bill from there. So the mobilization from Connecticut to Mass gets paid in the Massachusetts. So it's almost, that's where your cutoff point is.
Okay.
On the demob side, it would be wherever they finish their work, that utility is then paying for the demobilization.
Okay. So that's where I was going to ask is that, intuitively it feels unfair to me. I'm like, why, Massachusetts is benefiting from the fact that they're already here, but then Massachusetts pays to send them back home, right? That's why it's got it. Thank you.
And same goes for mutual aid. So if we get crews from other utilities, we would then pay for the mobilization. We would pick up the mobilization, the demobilization of those utilities.
Hearing it, Chairman Wheel not asking more questions, I'm going to refer to interrogatory response EOE 967. That is EOE 967. I have it up. Does the storm prudence request include any costs applicable to vendors that were initially engaged during a blue sky procurement and were subject to sole source justification?
So generally, our storm contractors or our line contractors, I apologize, that are supporting blue sky work are not coming in through sole source justifications. There could be an instance where that had occurred, but none that we had come across as part of this filing.
Okay, so none that you're aware of is the answer.
Correct.
Thank you. Next, changing topics now. The next one is tied to employee time approvals, and I'm not referring to a specific interrogatory, so I'm just going to ask my question. Can the company clarify how employees' storm duty overtime is approved? And when I say how, I'm like, who is the individual approving it? What line of sight do they have into the work done? So on and so forth.
Okay. Sure. So I step back here. So it's for every week. So depending on the employee, we have weekly and biweekly employees, but both are the same. Everything. So how this works is employee gets notified by their section that they have a storm assignment, weather's coming in, we're checking in. So they get activated for their storm assignment. They may not work for that may not be their gray sky role may be different than their blue sky role. So they'll be in contact with their blue sky manager. So I'll know, for example, that my folks have been activated for storm duty and food and lodging.
Sure.
What'll happen is, they'll have their shifts. They'll put their time into our time reporting system, which is Workforce. At the end of the week, I'll get their timesheet, and then as the approving manager, I'll be responsible for approving that. But I've been in discussion with the employee throughout the course of the event, and I'll approve it. And depending on the type of event, if they're eligible to get paid or not, that would all be part of that timesheet. And but it's the individual employee's manager that does the approvals of their timesheets.
Great. So that's what I thought I was reading in some of the responses. And I guess my follow-up question to that is, how does the supervisor know what the correct amount of time is that they worked? Do they see it, or are they talking to the other individuals that they might have been reporting to, or are they solely talking to the
So
employee?
both, depending on the role, they're either, in my case here, I'm either talking to the employee as well as the group that they worked in. For the craft workers, though, it really is a direct. So from that perspective, the ones that are really working a tremendous amount of hours, those are their direct usually supervisors and managers, so they're already very well aware of what their employees are working because they're working with them. So it would depend on the role.
Sure.
But usually, I know, I'll say in my case, I know what they're working and I can sign off for the field. Same thing, those are blue and gray sky roles are the same, so they don't have to contact anybody.
So the only follow-up question then is if something was to be billed to a storm work order 3 weeks later, how would you know that that was accurate?
So so it would depend what it was. So I would, we would question it, make sure it was related to the storm. There's some cases where somebody may miss time or have an expense and they'll do a payroll adjustment. So in those cases, the manager and the employee are in discussion and making sure it is related to the storm to get charged to it. But also if it's a field resource and it's post-storm work, they'll, from an operations perspective, they're very well aware from the systems we have of the work, that follow-up work that needs to be done, and would make that, assessment and approval of the time. Yes.
So you would have to amend the timesheet as well. So if you were to say, put in, I worked 16 hours 3 weeks ago, your time was already calculated and approved 3 weeks ago without that storm. And if you went in and adjusted your timesheet, it would flag it, and then you'd have to look into it and approve it. So that would cause you to look into why that employee adjusted their timesheet from 3 weeks previous.
Thank you for that. I think my question was more so 3 weeks later, they're still incurring costs, not that they
I
adjusted,
sorry.
but
Gotcha.
that's a good answer too. Thank you. I just wanted the baseline on that one. That was all I had on employee time.
Yeah, just on, in terms of 3 weeks later, again, these storms, they come through. The ones that we're talking about, very, very early on this morning, I talked about, there's 50 odd storms a year. 40-ish of them tend to be relatively small, but the ones we're talking about today are relatively large storms. So, you could have 5,000 events in a storm. In a storm, our priority, in addition to critical fire and police issues, clearing block roads, getting critical facilities back, when you start getting critical facilities back and then you start restoring outages, you're trying to do that as fast as possible. So oftentimes you're not making permanent repairs. So you could have 50% of your jobs you're not making permanent repairs. You have a broken pole. It's not knocked over and lying in the street. It's cracked. You could brace that with 2 cross arms, reattach the wires and energize our customers and then move on to the next job. You're going to do that. Generally coming out of these storms, we have a lot of work, whether it's a broken pole that's been temporarily braced, a piece of equipment that's been bypassed, whether that's a smart switch, a regulator. We have transformers. You could have a transformer that's blown and you could spend hours changing out that transformer, or you could bypass that transformer and jump the secondary brakes. So I could go on and on, right-of-ways. We have distribution right-of-ways that we could bury crews for days trying to make the repairs, but we can also switch around, get all the customers back. But now we've lost redundancy. So all of those are potential weak points in the system. They're not critical. Customers' lights are back on. I don't need to go out there the next day, but you're going to have to go back and do that work in order to put the system back to normal. And we typically, not in the smaller events, those are typically taken care of, if not then within a day or two. But these large events, you can accumulate work that you need to go after and eventually put it back to permanent repairs.
Mr. Sullivan, can I ask? Yeah. It's probably just because I tend to view this stuff through like rate brain. Every example you just gave would be capitalized labor though, right? Like if you're replacing a pole, if you're fixing a transformer, so that none of that would be in this procedure.
Potentially replacing a pole, but there are a lot of other areas where we're cutting bells into a system. In other words, we're cutting the circuit in half, putting in a set of insulators and re-energizing from another way. And you really don't have a unit of plant where you're putting that back together, but you have to go back, jumper over those bells and or remove those bells. And again, that can happen in multiple instances. But good point. The areas where it is a unit of plant and is capital, that would get charged to capital and would not be a follow-up storm cost.
Some of the areas I've seen is environmental, right? You've had to mat areas where you can't get into. It's a swamp condition after like a heavy hurricane, something to that effect. You severely damage somebody's lawn, right? You put ruts all through their backyard, and you're going back and just doing maintenance repairs on some of these. Some of these become, you're not going to do it in January or whatever, and you're going to come back in the spring and fix some of those things as well.
It also could be just coordinating with the customer. It could be a simple fix. It could be a school, a police station, a fire station, and they don't want to have their lights out for another week or two. They want us to leave them on temporary repairs, and they help work with us to plan the date to cut them back over to the permanent system.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mr. Perrin.
Okay. I'm moving on to the subject of revenue. This would be the third-party audit vendor, to be clear for anyone who's thinking the alternative meaning. I won't read my entire dissertation of notes that I have here, but it's my understanding that the company had already provided the results for the first 4 revenue audits. And in the response to EOE 532, I don't think you need to pull it up per se, but you're welcome to. The company discussed how it had provided an update where Midcon Energy was subject to an agreement, and then there was 3 others that there was not a status at that point. Can the company provide a status for the revenue audits?
We just finalized Midcon settlement maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. The other 2 are still in discussion between revenue and that party.
You said 2. I thought there was 4 total.
Sorry, yes, 4. The other 2 of them are close to being resolved. I think the other 2 are still in its earlier phases. I think we've only got 3 settlements to my Tempest, SOS, and Midcon. And what's that? In Sparks? In Lewis Tree? Sorry, in Lewis Tree. I wasn't involved in the veg one.
Okay. SOS, Lewis Tree, and Tempest was from the first.
Probably one in there for Sparks as well.
Sparks, SOS, and Tempest were all earlier on. So that was discussed in EOE 199, if I'm not mistaken. But in OCC 532, I thought there was 4 more. And your Midcon was one that was discussed as already having numbers associated with it.
Yes, and that's been finalized. The other ones are still in dispute. I would say that they haven't come to resolution yet. I know they're nearing resolution.
So the 4 I think is MTV, Elecnor Energy, and Elecnor Hawkeye, if I read the interrogatory response right. I'd like to request a late file to identify what errors the vendor identified applicable for the storm events. If they identified stuff for blue skies, I don't necessarily need that. But I'd like to know what the errors that the vendor identified for the most recent 4.
Meaning revenue.
Yes, sorry. Revenue, what the vendor revenue has recently identified for these most recent 4 that were discussed in in OCC 532.
Dispute though. So my only concern is they're still in dispute. So some of the findings may have been resolved. So I personally know that there were some, you mentioned MTV, right? That they were able to come forth and show further documentation that was able to disprove what revenue had found in their audit and then was settled.
There, I actually appreciate that answer. Can I at least request it for Midcon since that one doesn't seem to be in dispute?
Yes.
So that would be late file 7, reference OCC 532. Please provide the errors that the vendor identified for Midcon. Is that
as it pertains to the storm events included in the recovery request? Again, if there's blue sky transactions in there, that wouldn't necessarily be relevant for this docket.
okay? So please provide the errors that the vendor identified for Midcon as it pertains to storm events included in the recovery request. Does that make sense to the panel?
It does. But just so we're clear too, Midcon would probably say that in good faith, they came to settlement with the company, that they didn't necessarily agree that all findings within revenue they believe to be in error.
So what we can do, Chairman, we can explain it. What Mr. Baldwin's referring to is we hire a vendor who conducts a very comprehensive audit. There are disputes. And so what we can do is we will look at the request in good faith and we'll provide a response. If there's a legal reason why we believe we can't provide the information, we will articulate that in the response to the late file.
Thank you. And yeah, across the board, we will always accept narratives. If we're asking for a document and the company feels it's necessary to provide some context narratively, we'll always accept that. So that'd be acceptable.
Thank you.
Acceptable.
I'm going to refer the company to the OCC 532 itself, the interrogatory itself. The response, that is. I'm focusing in on subsection C. The response identifies contracting issues that were being challenged. Can the company describe what those contracting issues were?
I can start. So part of revenue's process, which is what makes them unique in this space, is that they go to the vendor's premises. So in this case, we'll stick with MidCon, right? They will go to MidCon's corporate offices, and they will go through all the source records there that we wouldn't, as in our invoice review process, we wouldn't have access to all these source records. So like some examples, would be, they would bill us, I think, for a job classification called a heavy machine operator, okay, which has a billing rate. But it turns out when we would just get billed for the heavy machine operator. And we would pay that invoice. We would have no reason to believe that it wasn't a heavy machine operator. But revenue would go in and find out, well, that individual that they billed us didn't have the qualifications of a heavy machine operator. And those are some of the intricate kind of source level digging that they do, that can find things like this. So to be specific to your question a little bit more, kind of, labor and equipment classifications is one of the areas that they would be able to go into the source records behind the scenes on the vendor's premises and determine that maybe they were using the wrong classifications on certain items. And they also go through the timesheet. So if they subcontract, so if MidCon does work with other, kind of pulls in from different other companies, and then they bill us through the MidCon billing process, we wouldn't have access to anything behind the scenes. So what could happen is there may be some discrepancies between what the subcontractor billed to MidCon, and then MidCon billed us something different. So revenue's in on the ground, looking at that, seeing that, and challenging whether MidCon had the right records and kind of charged us all the way through correctly.
How about the first example listed, billing classifications between travel, standby, and working rates?
That one I don't have any immediate examples of, but we can take a look.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what scenarios could a revenue identify that wouldn't be identified by the invoice reviewer?
So if I could, so you could take somebody like MTV or MidCon. MidCon is an aggregator, right? They may have 6 different subcontractors working for them. They could say that all of their contractors, say they had 50 crews, and they all came out of Pittsburgh. But all of a sudden we find that their travel, after looking at where their subs came from, was a little bit closer. Revenue could pick up on some of those things. So the timesheet said Pittsburgh, but yet through an auditing process, we found that they were actually 3 or 4 hours closer to. And so therefore their time shouldn't have been exactly the same as all of MidCon's crews.
Sure. So how about travel and standby? I'm sorry, not standby and working rates.
So I think that gets to what John was saying, and the fact that if if MTV or MidCon was supposed to pay their employees X dollars an hour, right? And they find out that they paid their subs substantially less of the labor wage, right? That would be, they should be paying what they negotiated with that subcontractor, their hourly rate, not necessarily a cheaper rate.
But
And we wouldn't, so Eversource has a contract with MidCon or MTV for $50 an hour. If they were supposed to pay their labor $25 an hour, and we find out that MidCon only paid their labor $10 an hour, where did that extra money go? Now they're making money on top of money, basically.
Understood, I think. Okay. Do you have any follow-ups on that? Just to specifically follow up on one on this one, were any of the contracting disputes tied to the billing of equipment for when the vendor was on standby?
I'd have to go back and review revenues findings. I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Can we request a read-in for that one?
Sure.
So I'll clarify.
Sure.
It's an understanding, okay, so in response to OCC 532, it's an understanding of the contracting issues. See if any of the issues pertain to the billing of equipment while on standby. Tried to keep that short.
How about reference OCC 532, please provide an explanation of any contracting issues pertaining to equipment while on standby?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, that'll be read in E.
I'm moving on to the topic of the right of first refusal that was brought up a little while back. And the first interrogatory is going to be EOE 502. So actually, before I ask my specific questions, I guess, can you just describe what the right of first refusal is again? I know you touched upon it briefly, but.
So the right of first refusal, we ask that these vendors that have signed this agreement with us give us approximately 2 hours, say, of time to make a determination whether we're going to release them to go somewhere else to work because we don't need them, or we're gonna enact the right of first refusal, which would guarantee them 3 days of work at 16 hours pay at their working rate. Obviously rest time's not paid, but, and so typically what we would do if there was, this is typically used because, as I was stating earlier, resources are becoming scarce in the region. We're seeing a storm come up the coast. These crews are typically those that are located somewhat near us. So it's advantageous for us to procure them and hold on to them. And so we enact this agreement.
Thank you for that. I actually think I learned a little bit more than I had already read. So who engages who? You said 2 hours. Is it?
So it could go either way. Typically, in all honesty, the contractor is going to call us and say, just to let you know, I'm being picked up by Entergy, by another contract, a utility in the south. If you guys are not thinking about hiring us, are not going to enact this agreement, we'd like permission to go down and work for them because, you know, it's obviously a business opportunity. And we're most likely looking at the path of the event at that time. We're doing our pre-planning, looking at the region. Part of my job is to canvass the region, find out how many contractors are available, who's moving, what resources are being scooped up, taken by other utilities. And then the company typically gets together, the 3 states, and we talk about resource needs and whether we need to enact this type of agreement.
So under a normal storm event that may hit an ERP event, you would reach out to the contractors. At that point, can they say, we're getting approached by these other locations? And is that where the negotiation commences, or?
So on any ERP situation, we do this pre-planning anyways.
Sure.
And we're looking at the event, and typically we're getting notifications through other utilities, through the contractors, whether other utilities are starting to hire and whether we need to start assessing our needs for resources or how much. The ROFR agreement typically was for a known large event that was going to happen. As Mr. Sullivan has stated, we've had hurricanes that have gone out to sea, but the track has always been that it potentially could impact Connecticut heavily. If that's the case, typically we're looking at a greater than a 3-day duration of a storm, but the contractors are looking at it as I have potentially 8 or 10 days worth of storm that I'm gambling on that I'm not going to be able to participate in. This was a way to engage them and say, if you stay and we can hire you, we will commit to you 3 days worth of work at 16 hours. Now, if we go over the 3 days of 16 hours, we do not owe them anything.
Does the right of first refusal have higher rates than if they were otherwise just engaged for?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. What does the company do to ensure it's utilizing the crews to the most advantageous way possible? Meaning, would it cut the non-right of first refusal crews first and use those crews for any even smaller activity?
Yes.
That was a bit of a leading question. Oh, I thought Cheryl was going to comment. All right, so you actually touched upon my question, but I didn't want to cut you off as you were talking. Specific to EOE 502, the company included a response that I was hoping to get some clarification on. It says, under the ROFR agreement with MTV, all time during a workday, typically 16 hours working and 8 hours rest, is paid at working rates. In these instances, the vendor billed all hours to the ROFR agreement, and therefore it was not necessary to itemize the individual jobs because all time was billed at working rates. The reference to the 8 hours led me to interpret that to say you're paying them for 24 hours.
We do not pay for rest.
Okay.
I think we were trying to capture it's 3 days, 24 hours in a day. They work 16, 8 off.
Thank you for the clarification. So my first was, do you pay for rest? You don't. Okay. So in the invoices for the vendor, so what this was following up on was trying to figure out why there was no documentation. Now we're back to the order number 8 from the ICA's decision. Is the company's view that because it's a right of first refusal that it doesn't need to complete the timesheets?
No, we don't believe that they need, because it's pre-storm, right? That they're doing potentially new customer work. We could be giving them a work order to go set a pole for a new customer. We could be doing some reliability work. We could be doing some resiliency work. We could be doing any host of different types of things that were given out at a work center level.
So the moment costs are allocated to the storm event, I think my question is there. Sorry, I thought you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Once you walked over into a storm event, right, a refusal or any other beyond it, you
Well, ask to fill out the time sheet.
Yep.
Yes, we would expect. Time workers as well to fill out their time sheets.
Okay, so back to one of the questions I did already ask, but I just want to clarify. So right of first refusal does not establish higher rates than the contract that would already exist with those vendors? It just locks in a guaranteed 3 days of 16-hour billing. Is that what I understood you to say?
Sure. Thank you. Behind you. Greg.
Yeah, Craig Dykeman, Vice President of Supply Chain. You're absolutely right. Okay, ROFR is a
Yeah,
condition.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to technicality, has this witness been sworn?
I have not been sworn.
He's not been sworn, Chairman.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you. I appreciate your excitement.
Thank you.
Called spontaneous eruption.
If you'll just thank you for raising your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do, yes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, Craig Dykeman, Vice President of Supply Chain. Very easy answer. The rates are not higher for ROFR. ROFR is merely a condition that basically says that if a contractor calls us, says they've been engaged by another utility, we have 2 hours to basically either accept to keep them on the system, at which point in time we will guarantee them 3 days, 16 hours of working time at their contract rates. So it's not a condition of higher rates, it's just a condition of guaranteeing the hours.
Okay.
If not, we would release them and let them go to work for another utility.
So then 2 follow-up questions, because I think you just clarified a bunch for me, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
Does the 3 days at 16 hours? Actually, I'm going to ask my second question first, because the second question may answer the first. Are these crews that are already working for Eversource in all cases, or any of the?
No, they are not. They're whatever the number of crews that basically would be requested by us.
Okay.
Would be the number of crews that we would pay for, and we would guarantee 3 days of pay, 16 hours a day.
So these crews could be coming from out of state. and
That
could
is
have
correct.
Okay, so then is the mobilization and demobilization time included within the 16 hours for the 3 day?
The mobilization and demobilization would be it would be no, if it depends on whether or not they actually come to work or whether they don't come to work. In other words, if there's mobilization associated with the rates, we would pay the mobilization for them to get here, and then we would pay whatever the rates are, okay, and then release them and pay demobilization on the release.
I'm sorry for being dense, but so what you're saying is if it took them 8 hours to mobilize and 8 hours to demobilize, we would be paying them 16 hours for 3 days plus the.
That is correct. Be no different if they were working for us, because at the end of the day, to Mark's point, right, it's their opportunity cost where they could be working for another utility, but we felt it was prudent to keep them for us, knowing that the storm was likely going to impact us.
Okay. So this has been very helpful, and I do appreciate that we had this as a separate topic versus when it came up a little while ago. How many companies are subject to the right of first refusal? I know I saw on the record MTV, and I think I saw another one, but it wasn't clear to me that it was multiple companies.
At the time, it was 6. Elecnor Hawkeye was 1. This number's kind of gone up and down as we obviously contract more crews and more companies that we get under contract. But it was a very small list of companies that we had ROFR agreements with.
Okay, and actually, maybe my request is maybe it's a late file. I think I'd like to know the occurrences of you called it ROFR being executed for these storm events. If does that exist in the record actually? Because
I don't remember it being in the record.
so I think all I'd really like is what is the event, what are the vendors, and then help me to associate where the costs are, just so I can understand if that. So Chairman, it's waiting for you. It's a detailed listing of any instances where the ROFR was implemented for the storms in this current docket, which would make it, I believe, late file 7. No, 6.
Chairman, I have late file 8 for that request.
I
Okay.
also have late filing.
Yeah, that is late file 8. And I have, please provide a detailed listing of the instances where the ROFR was implemented for storms in this docket.
So just to make sure we're clear, I'm not sure that that's something that is reasonably doable. The ROFR agreement is usually a clause within the existing contract. And because the rates are the same and the structure is the same, the only way we would be able to identify if we enacted the ROFR agreement is if we had some internal record or if the contractor noted it on their timesheet in some manner. So I just want to make sure that that wrinkle is understood before we commit to providing that detail. Yeah, all right.
And we'll accept that with the same statement I made earlier, that if there's some reason, this goes for all late file exhibits, if there's some reason that it can't be provided, we'll accept an explanation. And that explanation I should have added can also be subject to cross at the late file hearing. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to slightly change topic. Specific for mobilization and demobilization, and I'll even keep it currently specific for line crews. Can the company explain what activities are allowed to be included during the billing of the mobilization and demobilization travel? So I'll be very clear with my question. I'm not questioning the travel within the state to perform remediation. I'm talking mobilization and demobilization. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
So can you clarify, so you're not asking point A to point B, you're asking for all activities between point A and point B?
I'm asking, what are the activities that would occur from when that vendor is mobilized out of, you name the location, out of state, and is traveling to a location in Connecticut? What are the permitted activities that they can build? So I guess I'm confused by something, and I'll be clear.
Are you asking like if they can stop for fuel? Can they include that? Can they stop to have something to eat? Is that the type of what you're getting at?
Yes, and how much of that can they do? I'll pause and see how.
I'll just add that, when you're crew and you're mobilizing halfway across the country, how many times you stop for fuel and for food can be very dependent on the weather conditions during the travel. We have had crews that have been lucky enough to mobilize, 1,000 miles, we'll say, through blue skies, and some went through a blizzard for 2 days to get here. So it is dependent. There's no set number of times that we would probably limit that they need to stop for fuel or food. It's all
understood. So
they're based and weather dependent on how long it will take them to get here.
I guess to piggyback off on what you answered, meaning, are they allowed to stop for food, to have a sit-down restaurant and have an hour of sit-down, or is there some degree of expectations established when engaging the crews?
So when we're hiring crews and establishing mobilization and demobilization, we typically will obviously find out their starting location and their location to Hartford. I'm just going to use Hartford.
Sure.
We use Google Maps. We get that determination. Say it's 8 hours. We multiply 8 hours by 1.3. That gives us an estimate of the time that it should take a crew without really any stops, without having to fuel a few times, without hitting traffic, without hitting any weather that potentially could be coming across the region, north or south or west. And we get an estimate of when they're going to get to Hartford, Connecticut.
You actually touched on my second question, so keep going, please.
So we get that. We typically will add a couple of hours, I would say between 2 and 4. Not necessarily once we know exactly what time they got here. So say it was supposed to take them 10 hours and they got here within 10, we may start asking some questions, but typically we would know 2 hours for a 10-hour trip. That's reasonable to think that they either hit traffic, they had to stop for gas, they had to get something to eat, all of those things. We use 1.3 because it's a line truck, and it's probably not going to be able to travel as quickly as a sedan or.
So I'm sorry, I think I just may have conflated something that you said. So the 1.3 plus an additional couple of hours, or the 1.3 that the couple of hours is baked into the.
We estimate them to be here by those 10 hours. And so we're probably doing check-ins with them to make sure that they're arriving. If it's within reason, meaning an hour or two of that 10, we take into consideration the travel time of having to stop, having to fuel. If it's outside of that, then we would start to ask for further documentation. Can you tell me, what did you encounter? Did you have any mechanical issues, right? They typically travel with a mechanic. Was it a large convoy? Typically, larger convoys take longer to get here than just 3 or 4, bucket trucks. Did you have to alter your route? We have you going from, I-90 and you took I-95. Was there something that caused you? Was there a delay due to construction? All of those things we'll start to ask.
So that was really helpful. You touched upon a couple of my questions. I appreciate that. Does the same 1.3 factor apply for both in-state crews and out-of-state crews? So if you're hiring a company that's 2 towns over.
Typically, what we will do for an in-state crew, I'm going to use an example of somebody that's in Danielson. We typically have them start right at their home show up. So if the start time for work is going to be 0600, they don't get a mobilization, demobilization. They start at 0600 from their location. Now, if I ask them to go from Danielson to Norwalk or to Milford or to Stamford, they're going to get travel time from Danielson down to that area.
Okay. And how would you assess reasonableness of those?
Well, at that point, we would have a crew guide assigned to those crews, right? So at 0600, he'd be checking in with those crews. They're on the clock. They're on the property. They're going to start traveling to Milford. Okay, I'll meet you in Milford, or maybe I'll convoy with you from Danielson down to Milford. And so we actually have eyes on them.
Do you document why something might have taken longer than otherwise would be expected?
Typically, we'll reject the invoice and start a negotiation with the contractor.
Okay. That was line crews that we were talking. I assume that could have included certain other types of crews, but can you share your similar perspective on travel for vegetation crews? I believe those are different, which is why I want to.
It is, and I think as John's mentioned before, we have much more resources regionally already on property, already working, versus some of the line crews that we may have to travel at much further distances, which obviously the further they're away, the more variables you have in establishing mobilization and demobilization.
That's correct. Depending on the time period, we have between 200 and 250 tree crews in the state at any given point working on our system. And the expectation is that those crews are ready to work at, with a quick turnaround. So once we notify them, usually within a couple of hours, they can be ready to work. And therefore, we don't typically pay them mobilization because we usually have them start in their normal work locations.
Okay. There was a few interrogatories, and I'm not going to go into each one. I'll just give the premise, where there was differences between the timesheet and the amount billed, and it was attributed to the vegetation crews traveling to. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes. So you're referencing the top portion of the timesheet maybe had an extra hour of travel time relative to the timesheet at the bottom where the crew put down their number of hours, which may have differed.
There were multiple variations. More
as an example.
Yeah, more often than not, it was the top and the bottom agreed, but they billed more than what those two represented.
Right. So typically, and I have our manager of vegetation management, Jenna Turner here, who can help elaborate if necessary. But generally, those crews are putting in their timesheet the hours that they worked, and they are not as familiar with what is billable. And so oftentimes when their back office reviews the timesheets, they will determine if something that the crew had missed on their timesheet had to be added for a billable purpose. That is also verified with our arborist, who is checking in with those crews and making those assignments to make sure that that is appropriate based on the circumstances of that storm. And then once that is acknowledged, it will go through the invoicing review process and then approved if appropriate.
Okay. I'm actually going to have some interrogatory responses presented. We're going to pull up interrogatory response EUE 462, attachment 1 redacted. And while he's pulling it up, I'm just a couple of baseline questions for vegetation, which is a little bit different here. Can the company just kind of describe the billing process for vegetation crews? Meaning, what are the hours, their core hours where they would bill at a straight time versus when they would bill at an overtime?
Yes, generally, tree crews will bill straight time from 7 a.m. to 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
and up to 45 hours. If they work on a Sunday, that would be at an overtime or a Sunday / holiday rate.
So then if they're 7 to 4:30, how does lunch factor in?
That subject to check includes the lunch hours.
Okay, so
Yep, come on up.
right now, some of these are just foundational questions, obviously.
And Ms. Turner has been sworn, so she is on the record.
Thank you. So for tree contractors that are local to our system, can you hear me? For tree contractors that are local to our system, they're going to bill 45 hours straight time throughout the week. So if they're working from 7 a.m. till 4:30, they're not billing a half an hour for their lunchtime.
Okay.
So they're just billing 9 hours, and that's just for the local crews. And then if they work beyond 4:30 p.m. or if they worked earlier than 7 a.m., that would be at an overtime rate.
Understood. So when I do the math of 7 to 4:30, that's 9.5 hours. So we'd be backing off the half hour.
We're only billed the 9 hours.
Understood. Okay. Some of the interrogatory responses identified additional billing for the crew to travel back to their parking location. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So during blue sky work, our contractors that are here in Connecticut, they have a parking location that's convenient for their scheduled work. We may ask them to show up at a different location and maybe nearby, or it could be at a different area work center based on where we think the impacts of the storm are going to be. And so for the tree crews, they start billing their time when they arrive and start on shift to pick up their equipment at their blue sky parking location. And then they are billable through their work shift until they return to that original parking location. So for example, we had tree crews working in Danielson Area Work Center, and we asked them to travel to Madison, and it was going to be about an hour drive. They would start at 7 a.m. They would pick up their bucket trucks. They would travel down to Madison, and then they would work their shift down there and then return at the end of their 16-hour shift back to back to Danielson. And all that time would be billable. There were several questions about 1 hour differences in travel time in the interrogatories, and that was about them moving from where we asked them to show up or where their last job that they worked on was and traveling back to their parking location where their personal vehicles would be.
And what documentation exists on the record that an independent party, the authority, would understand that the additional hour was attributable to travel?
I just want to clarify, when the witness is testified under oath as to that fact, you're saying, is there some other additional document in the record that confirms what the witness said? I just want to make sure I understand your question.
Yes, I'm not challenging what the witness is saying. I'm trying to understand the documentation that would support that assertion for all of the instances that have been observed.
So the tree contractors are paid their entire shift. And if we, the company, are asking them to move to another location and they have to travel, that time is included in their shift.
Understood, but what documentation would help somebody to know that that hour difference was for travel?
The way we review and ensure that that is happening is the arborist that is assigned to oversee those crews, much like the external resource field coordinator that was mentioned for the line crews. That's the role of the arborist, to know what their assignments are, where their show-up location is, and they're the ones assessing that the location where they were showing up relative to where they had to start their assignment match the expectations that they were assigned by the arborist.
Understood. So does the arborist document the difference?
So, and I can speak to being an arborist because I was an arborist here at Eversource from May 2018 through June 2021. So for many of these storms, I was the role of the arborist overseeing the contractor tree crews. And so I know when I'm approving the timesheets, who worked for me and where they're coming from their blue sky roles. So I know if they worked a 16-hour shift and they had to travel from Danielson down to Madison to come work for me, that was actually my area down in Madison, and that then they had to travel back to Danielson to be back there for the end of their 16-hour shift, that corresponds with the time that they were available down in Madison to start receiving jobs at 8 a.m. if we assume a 1-hour travel, and then we would release them to travel back an hour early. So that would be something that they wouldn't be taking a job and still working on a job that last hour of their shift. And me as the arborist, knowing that they can only work a 16-hour shift, would know that they would be spending that last hour traveling back.
Understood. My question was, is that documented somewhere?
I think that's been asked and answered. The witness doesn't have to agree with the question. The witness has to respond, and she's now responded twice by explaining the process that we use, including having supervision by the arborist to assure ourselves as to what the time reflects and to get us comfortable to be able to approve it.
I'm going to overrule that one, Attorney Pace, because I think we sitting up here are to infer that it isn't documented somewhere, but I haven't actually heard that. I mean, that's the inference I guess I'm drawing from the response, but I haven't yet heard the answer to whether the company documents it.
Not with local crews.
It is documented for external crews, but typically since most of the crews are local, it is not documented beyond the knowledge of the arborist.
Thank you. Okay. We have on the screen EUE 462 attachment 1, but I'd also like to refer the company to EUE 368 if the company can open that. 62 and 368. We're there. Thank you. And ironically, I'm having a little technical issues myself, so thank you. The purpose of EUE 368 was to understand if the billing was correct and why the vendor billed for more overtime hours than was reflected on the timesheets, right on point to what we were just discussing. So just to be clear, and am I correct that EUE 368 is basically saying that the Eversource Connecticut weekly operations report is incorrect, but the invoice is correct? I'm trying to understand the response. Thank you. And I think we're maybe referring to the answer to C. So it seems pretty straightforward, but I just want to make sure that I understand, what is that saying?
So in this example, the tree crews started working and then were released midday so that they could rest and return for a night shift. So they worked regular hours and then they were released to come back for that overnight shift. I believe, and I'd have to look at the work location, that they never updated the change in their shift time.
Okay.
So that's the mismatch.
So how many hours did they leave for?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. So I'm gonna toggle. So we're showing EUE 462 attachment 1, and it's really hard to read. I will say that I did highlight certain pieces of information, so I did modify just for clarity's sake here. And if you're looking at what looks to be about a little over halfway over, there's a column that is labeled as 101719. And when I scroll down, I see, I just highlighted one individual, but they billed for 9 hours of ST and 7 hours of OT. Do you see that? I know it's hard to read.
I do.
Okay, so When you scroll further down, they billed for 16 hours. Do you see that as well?
Yes.
So it's hard to read, but when you look at that, and we might be able to zoom in, when you look at the next yellow that's in the Thursday hours block down there, and my colleague is going to try to, that looks to me like they worked from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Is that correct?
That's what that says, but we believe they were originally on the day shift and then were released to rest and come back for the night shift, and they did not re-update this bottom section of the timesheet.
Fair. I can appreciate that. If they work from 7 to 11, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., how many hours is that? How many billable hours?
16.
So if they were released, and if they were released for more than 1 hour, how would that be possible? Because they were released at some point in the middle of the day between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. and then came back. I'm not sure how I can reconcile that to still having billed for 16 hours. I would have attributed, if they were released for 2 hours, they would have had to have billed less than 16 hours.
Because, I don't want to do mental math here. Can we take a read in on this one and get back to you?
Yes, but I'd like to kind of just ask a couple of other questions because it might be a multifaceted read-in. When I look at Saturday, that looks to me like it's 7 to 4:30. And they billed for 14 hours. I'm having trouble reconciling that one too. So the totality of the invoice in kind of reading the company's response, it's just not reconciling to me. So if there's a read-in, totally okay with that. Yes.
Okay.
So that would be read in F. The reference is EOE 462 attachment 1. And I started to type, please reconcile the total billed hours with the reported hours worked. Is that the?
Yeah, given in consideration to the vendor crews leaving midday for a break,
The rest.
To rest.
Okay, so I have that as, please reconcile the total billed hours with the reported hours worked in consideration of rest time. I'll say reported rest time. Is that good enough for the panel to understand? And again, sometimes you'll be reading this, if this gets converted to a late file, you'll be reading this a week from now. So that's why I'm trying to make sure it's really clear. Okay, thank you.
The timesheet signed by the arborist, correct?
Correct.
Why would the arborist sign the timesheet if there was differences in what they understood to have happened with regards to them leaving midday versus what was recorded on the timesheet?
And I can speak in the first person because I was an arborist approving timesheets in many of these storms. And so when an arborist is working during a storm, we're tree crew dispatching. We are directly working with these crews. We are dispatching them to their locations. We're in constant communication all day. And so we know where the crews are when they worked. When we are reviewing a large volume of these timesheets after a storm, what we are primarily focused on is that the billable hours are correct. And so we are referring to the labor, the equipment, the days worked, the storm code. And there are some instances where we did not correct the bottom work location because it's not essential to approving the time, especially when we had direct knowledge of when those crews were working because we interacted with them one-on-one.
If I heard you correctly, you said we just don't update it, but why?
I don't say we don't always update it. There are many instances when we do, and you'll see in the record things that have been changed and updated, and that's part of our process. So after a storm, the tree crews fill out the timesheet daily. They hand that to their contractor supervision at the end of the week. Every following week before Tuesday morning, we are provided the timesheets and we go over them and we do make corrections. We do find things. There are some in the record that were not perfect and that we didn't catch, but because we were focused on the billable hours matching our direct knowledge with what those tree crews were doing under our direction, we approved the timesheets.
Thank you. So to clarify that then, should the arborist be making the changes? Meaning, was this just an administrative error or or are they not expected to make the change?
Can you be more specific? I just want to, is the question directed to this specific invoice on the screen, or are you saying in general? I just want to make sure the witness.
Question was in general. Should the arborists, is the expectation that before they sign a timesheet that they are making changes that are necessary?
The arborists, much like the crews, do the best they can to review every single document. Similar to the explanation that Mr. Sullivan gave earlier regarding line crews, these tree crews are operating in very difficult circumstances in the field, and sometimes the paperwork is not as clear as it should be. We make every effort on the review process to catch and identify those issues and correct them. If there's a situation where, based on that arborist knowledge, they have a pretty clear understanding of what happened for that particular circumstance, they may not make the update. We generally strive to make the updates where we can.
Thank you. That's okay. One moment. Just one. Sorry, I had a lot of questions and I was bouncing around and getting a little confirmation that I didn't miss anything. I'm now going to move on to a different example. This is EOE 913, and we're going to present 913 attachment 1. Oh, that's.
We can, I know we've been rolling for 2 hours. So if we can take like, if people just want a comfort break or like 5 minutes, or that's fine. If not, too, we can continue. I'm offering the possibility of a 5-minute.
We'll raise our hand when we're ready.
Okay.
Well, can I ask, do you have a sense, and I hated being asked this myself when I was sitting where you are, do you have a sense generally EOE of how much more time we have today? Because I was sort of planning on, if we were going to get to the end of your cross, there's going to be a transition to OCC next. That's a natural time for a break, but if that's not.
I mean, I think we probably have an hour more. We'll definitely be done. We will not need until, let's just say, we'll not need until 5 p.m. We will be under our 6 hours.
Okay. As long as the panels, I love sitting in this hearing room, man. So, but as long as everyone else is good, then I think we can just keep rolling.
All right. My problem is I slowed down based on advice from counsel. All right. So I'm going to start with just some foundational questions on this next one. So we are looking at EOE 913 on the screen. We have EOE 913 attachment 1. Am I correct to understand that the MS-23H event was a wind rain event where the company declared a level 5 event at 1800 on 12/10/23 and was demobilized at 1800 on 12/11/23? This is not a trick question. It's just foundational stuff. And I found that information in ES IMT 4-52 at page 37. I know I said that fast, but just.
I was looking while I was listening, just to confirm I heard you correctly. Was it December 10th to the 12th?
So EM 4-52, page 37 says the 10th to the 11th, and demobilization happened at 1800. I don't mean to be testifying though.
It seems to make sense. We'd have to look into the discrepancy as to why, but generally makes sense.
Thank you. when I'm looking at, so we're presenting the attachment 1, but specifically to EUE 913B. Do you have that open? I'll give you a moment if you need it.
Yeah, just a moment, please.
Do you mean like subpart B to the narrative response?
Yeah, EUE 913 subpart B is what I'm going to ask my question on.
Okay.
We're there.
So the response is really straightforward. The Eversource Connecticut Emergency Restoration Tree Contractor Work Location document is not available. I guess I'd just like to understand, I saw those documents seem to be generally consistently included. When are they required versus when are they not?
So that document is required by our local tree crews. It is not a requirement of external outsource. And I shouldn't say external because at Eversource, all our tree crews are contractors. So they're all external. When I say that, I mean outsourced from out of state.
So when a local tree crew performs storm remediation, they're required to do it, but when a non-local crew performs remediation, they're not required to?
Correct.
Can I ask why?
The local crews are already trained and have that form with them. When we're bringing in outsourced tree crews, we want to focus onboarding on safety and how we're going to be operating during storm. So we don't think it's the time to bring up a new administrative task for them.
So this is just clarification. So when we say outsourced, that means out of state, and non-local also means out of state. So local is in state, and non-local is out of state, and then outsource is, they're all contractors, but outsource is just another term for an out of state or non-local vendor.
Maybe I'll try to just re-baseline the definition.
Appreciate it.
So we have affiliated contracted tree crews that work on our system every single day. Those are the ones that Ms. Turner is referring to as local.
Okay.
And then anyone that is considered, at least for the purposes of our blue sky work, external contractors, those are the out-of-state contracted resources.
Thank you.
So looking at EUE 913 attachment 1, which we do have presented on the screen, a redacted version. Can the company confirm that the incremental billing was for 2 different crews that billed activity starting on 12/12 and went through 12/15? And then I'm showing one of the 2. I can scroll to the next one if you'd like as well. It looks very similar though.
That's correct.
Okay. So referring to the same attachment, what was the actual remediation that required 2 different crews? So the timesheet you're seeing here, and then again, I could scroll to page 4, to bill for services for 4 days after the storm passed. What were the services that were needed? So in the absence of the Eversource Contractor Emergency Restoration Tree report, I really couldn't get a sense of what this is.
Sure. And following most storm events, we have lingering damaged vegetation that we have to address. So when storms come through Connecticut with high winds, snow, ice, rain, a lot of trees fail, and they don't always fail completely and immediately and impact the system. And so we have the trees that cause outages, the trees that fall, lean on the power lines, branches that fall on the power lines, but there are also many trees that are damaged, that may be uprooting, that may be split, that are damaged by the storm event that need to be addressed following it. And so we don't want to address those trees during restoration because we want our tree crew resources focused on the trees or the branches, the vegetation that has caused outages so that we can restore our customers as quickly as possible. But there is pretty much always a large amount of trees and branches that were damaged that we need to go out and address after the storm. Now, these 2 examples, I don't know specifically the examples of what was done, but I do know that our Eversource arborist, who's a licensed arborist and is supervising these contractors, identified post-storm damage vegetation at these locations, confirmed that it was threatening the electrical system, and then scheduled these contractors to remove that storm damage vegetation. So 1 to 2 weeks after the storm is not uncommon for us to be removing storm damage vegetation.
So is there documentation of the specific post-storm damage that these crews are remediating?
There's no work location sheet, but the information was placed on the bottom of the form. So I don't want to speculate as to why they don't have the form here, but they did record information that would be on that second sheet on the timesheet here. And that tells the arborist, this is where I was working, and the arborist knows this was storm damage vegetation that I assessed, and he's familiar with it. So it gives him enough information to confirm that it's appropriate to be billed to the storm and that he can go ahead and sign off on the timesheet.
So just looking at the timesheet sitting in front of us, it includes a 70-foot lift truck. Hard to read, so I might be different. And it includes a brush chipper. Would any of the vegetation that remediation is being performed on be owned by Eversource? Are we talking vegetation that's on a personal property? Is that? I'm trying to understand trimming the vegetation itself, I understand, but then like the brush chipper, what would be the necessity of that for something that happened in the weeks after the event?
Sure. So the Eversource arborist can approve a chipper on a case-by-case basis. So what you have here for equipment is you have a 70-foot bucket truck, that's the lift truck, and then you have the chipper. And the arborist may approve that for numerous reasons. There may be limited space to put the brush in while they're working on site. And so they may have wetlands or stream gullies that they don't want to toss the vegetation into. We're talking about the smaller branches that are associated with the tree canopy. And so they may approve a chipper to be on site so that the crew can work effectively and to make sure that there's no brush that's blocking a road, a driveway, their work zone. So I can't speak to the specifics as to why the Eversource arborists approved the chipper in this location, but it is something that we enable them to do on a case-by-case basis.
And would the rationale for an additional piece of equipment like this be documented?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that it's typically documented in the notes by the arborist, but it's not in a centralized repository that we can export as a report, if that's the question.
Thank you. In EOE 913 subsection C, the company seems to have given this answer a couple times, and I just want to clarify. The response is the Eversource arborist would not have approved the timesheet if the vegetation work was not related to the storm event. Other than someone's approval, I think maybe I already asked this. Is there any documentation of that? So I'm actually going to withdraw that. Last question on this invoice. Is it Eversource's responsibility to clean up and haul away vegetation that results from a storm? Vegetation that might have been on somebody's property that was remediated several days or up to a week after an event?
So when you say haul away, are you talking about logs? Are you talking about chipping brush? Could you be more specific with your question?
All of the above. So if there's damaged vegetation that could impair the infrastructure, could fall on wires and whatnot, if the Eversource arborist goes in and cuts that damaged vegetation, do they have to haul it away? Do they have to use a chipper and clean up the location, or can they leave it on site for where the damaged tree resided?
So in general, we leave the debris on site unless there is a reason based on the site characteristics to chip the brush. And it's not so much about hauling away the brush. It's about having a clear work zone, making sure the road is clear, sidewalks are clear for pedestrians, et cetera. So we don't pick up the logs, unless there's an exception like a wetland is going to be blocked or something environmental, or a town might ask us to help us with something on a very rare basis. But in general, we're leaving the large pieces of wood there. And in general, we're leaving the brush in forested areas. But if there is a reason that the arborist deems it necessary to chip the brush, which is a very small percent of the overall invoices in these storms, they approve that. And we will on occasion chip the brush on site so that it's clear and that it's not impacting the roadway, whatever else might be at the site conditions.
Understood. Thank you. I'm going to move on to the last one that I think I'm going to present on the screen, EOE 765 Attachment 1. And I'm also going to be referring to EOE 854.
And you have 765 there on the screen, just to confirm the other references to 854.
Yeah, 854. Yes. Thank you. We're there. So really, 854 is simply to set the foundation for the question. The response to B asserts that the vegetation crew billing commences, and I quote, "at the time they arrive on site at their parking locations and ends when they return to their original parking locations." So we've already discussed this, but I just want to set the foundation for our example here. So is that a correct statement, just to set the foundation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to ask that one again. So referring to EOE 765 Attachment 1, I'd basically like to just walk through a single example here. Do you see okay, so thank you. On this page on 222, so it's very hard to read, but it's the very first column of dates. And do you see the 6 to 12 reference at the bottom under the Wednesday?
Yes.
So acknowledging the company's response to EOE 854 that we talked about, there was the first part of the question was we asked if there was a typo between the AM and the PM, and it was confirmed that there was a typo. So just ignoring the typo because we're talking AM versus PM, am I correct that this would equal 6 hours and the company was billed for 6 hours? Yeah, I talked really fast there. I'm working on it.
So the response in EOE 854 confirms that the time frame on the 22nd should have been from 6 PM to midnight.
And that would be, is that correct? That it would be 6 hours and it was
Yes.
billed for 6 hours? Okay. So the reason for that question was I wanted to set a foundation for now on 223. It appears as though, do you see where they billed from 12 AM to 10 AM? And then they also had a 10 PM to 12 AM. I know it's really small.
12 AM.
Give them a minute, maybe I can see it from here, but it's small.
Yes.
So correct me if I'm wrong, that would equal 12 hours.
I could have a moment.
Please.
Yeah.
Build this one quick.
So what appears to be happening, and Mrs. Stern will just double check it while I'm explaining it. It looks like we had the tree crews working on Wednesday from 6
PM, yeah.
AM to midnight. And then we had them working from midnight to 10 AM. So that was their full shift.
Yep.
Then they rested and they came back on from 10 PM to midnight that evening. And then they went from 12 AM to 1 PM on Friday. So it's split across the days, but it's showing what hours they work per day.
So the question that I'm trying to understand is how the travel to and from the work location fits in. So on the very first day, they recorded 6 hours and they billed for 6 hours. On the second day, they appear to have recorded for 12 hours and they billed for 13 hours. And I'm having trouble reconciling the 222 versus the 223. If they had additional time for travel, wouldn't that have been reflected on the first day? But I'll make it a little bit more complicated. On the third day, it actually has a 2-hour differential. So they billed from 12 AM to 1 PM, if I'm seeing that right. So that's 11 hours. And then I think if we scroll down, they also billed from 9 PM to 12 PM. So I guess I'm still back to trying to understand how the record evidence helps me to understand that the difference is related to traveling to and from the locations.
So just given the hours per day blend from one day to the next, it's hard to kind of reconcile that on the fly. So if we can understand your question, we can investigate it and try to come back with either a read-in or a late file.
Either one is fine. So I'm trying to reconcile why there was no travel hours billed on 222, but there were travel hours billed on 223. And then the similar fact pattern for 224, which has 2 unsupported hours based on the timesheet.
Yeah, we most likely moved these tree crews around the system, so that might be the answer. Because they had different reporting locations for those days.
So a question I have for the witness panel is, in light of the question you received about this specific invoice, do we want to request permission to do a read-in, or would you like the additional time for a late file exhibit?
Almost done.
We should be able to do that as a read-in.
Okay, I have that as reference EOE 765 attachment 1. Please provide an explanation for how travel time was accounted for in the total hours billed. Does that cover it, Mr. Parent?
Between the 3 days?
Between the 3 days.
Thank you.
Okay, and that will be read-in G.
This next one I'm not going to present, but I'm going to refer you to EOE 554. And just a time check, we're very much on track for 4 o'clock. Especially since my next question was covered by Commissioner Beecher.
We're there.
Thank you. So the company's response to this, okay, so I'm going to back up and just give, the purpose of this interrogatory was to understand the differences in billing activity for the MS-23J event versus the vegetation hours reported. So just to kind of ground everybody without presenting it on the screen. As the interrogatory inquired, the first invoice, for the first invoice, the vendor billed for 16 hours, but then only reported 8.5 hours on their timesheet. So we asked about that, and the company's response stated there is no billing error. And the justification was, and I'm just going to quote, the Eversource arborist reviewing the contractor timesheet had specific knowledge of each crew's start and stop times. And when they were released, if they did not work the full storm shift, the billable hours were approved by the arborist to the extent the hours matched what was worked during the storm restoration under the direct supervision and or knowledge. So really, I just have a single question here. Can the company provide any additional context as to how the authority, how EOE, can rely on this review when the company had also conceded to several vegetation-related errors? And I'll reference EOE 553, EOE 584, EOE 587, EOE 591, EOE 592, EOE 670. These are just ones that I pulled up really quickly for this question. I'm trying to really understand how we can rely on an undocumented arborist review when there's a bunch where the review was conceded to have errors.
Sure. And to start, and I reviewed many of those personally. I think it's important to state that those errors were not all the same. Some of them might have been a math error or something like that, or a mix-up of a MN versus MS when you're writing things down. And so that's not a large gap in a tree crew's time. So when I was an arborist and I was working storm, I would be dispatching a group of tree crews out of OMS, out of the outage management system. Let's say I have 10 crews for my shift to move around the Madison Area Work Center. Typically, those are crews that I know personally because I work with them through our scheduled work. As an arborist, my job in Blue Sky role is to go out and review these tree crews for their safety on the job, their clearance, quality, quality of cuts, all of this. So I know these crews, and when I'm working in a storm with them, it is a constant communication. I need you to go to this job at this location. When you get there, let me know if you need different equipment, if you need an outage, if you need a lineman, whatever it might be. And so when I'm working storm with a group of 10 crews and they're all working 16-hour shifts, if someone had to leave 8 hours early, I would know that information. And I'm approving the timesheets just a couple days later. And so our arborist knowledge of these tree crews when they're working during storm is the approval on the timesheet. And what they're most concerned about when they're doing the reviews is that the billable hours are correct. And so they have that personal knowledge that those tree crews were working a full 16-hour shift or whatever the hours might be. And if there were any differences in that, they would know that because suddenly that tree crew is not available to them to respond to tree tickets or to meet alignment and things like that. So we rely very highly on the arborists and that direct knowledge that they have with crews during storms.
My question was, though, EOE 553, EOE 584, EOE 587, I'll keep on going if you'd like. These were all instances where the invoice cost was conceded to being incorrect. How did the arborist not catch those if we're relying on their knowledge?
Human error. And again, I don't think a lot of those errors were large discrepancies in 8-hour chunk of time. I think those might have been 1 hour had to be changed to overtime because that crew worked a certain number of hours previous in the week. And so I don't think we can compare the errors to this timesheet here, which is a large discrepancy. If there was a tree crew that was working 8 hours versus 16 hours during storm, that's something that would be memorable.
Okay. I'm going to move on to skip over my question over time reporting software. So one of the topics that seems to be a bit confusing relates to employee meals, meal stipends, and meal stacking. I'm going to say it's confusing to me. So I'm not going to cite individual interrogatories. I will say EOE 467 and 521 were some of the questions that were posed. But can the company just start by explaining what meal stacking is or was, and explain if this concept is still applicable? $521. I'm not sure who I'm directing this one to.
Right. I was just, this side, I'm just, pardon me, I'm just moving myself back over here, so. The first answer to your question is meal stacking is no longer in place. It was contractual and it ended in 2019.
Okay.
So that's my first answer there. But in terms of what meal stacking is the way the union contract worked is that, hold on one second, I'm just getting my notes so I get it correct. Because it is a different concept here. So what happens is under the union contract, meal time not taken is considered like a work time. So what ends up happening is based on the hours that the employee works, they're entitled to meal time that gets added at the end of their scheduled shift.
Mhm.
And that, when you add that time in, the 45 minutes, depending on how they work, that can then lead to another meal. So that's why, because of it got added at the end of the shift, it could trigger another meal, and that's what meal stacking does.
Okay. In the current process, post that union agreement change, how did the meals work in general?
Okay, so, all right, so then how they work today is it's based on how the hours you work, and then after, when you work overtime every 5 hours, you get a meal. And it doesn't get stacked at the end of your shift. So you're entitled to a meal for every 5 hours.
And
of
what's the
additional time.
starting point?
Once you hit overtime, so after your scheduled shift, then every 5 hours after that, you'd get a meal.
And if somebody comes in off of their shift, meaning they come in before their shift was supposed to start, does it kick in immediately?
Yes, hold on one second, let me confirm. Okay. All right, so what happens is it starts an hour and a half after their scheduled shift. So if I'm working 7 to 4, and then I work an hour and a half, I get a meal, and then it's every 5 hours after that.
So would there be an instance where somebody could have a meal stipend during their normal shift?
During their normal shift, yes. Oh, excuse me. Put them on one second, I just have to.
Please. Just need to set up updation.
Okay, I apologize. So I do need to have this clarified of what type of employee you're looking at, because it's different. So that's why I was getting, it's different if it's a line crew versus RSO, because there's different union contractual terms. So
So they're different.
they're different, yeah.
You're hitting up some of my clarifying questions right now
Yes.
that I was trying to get my head wrapped around. So ignoring the different union conditions that might be slightly different, are non-union employees eligible for meal stipends? I see a shaking of the head, but
No, they're not entitled to meal stipends.
When the company orders meals that are provided to any of the Eversource locations during a storm, are the union employees who are eligible for meal stipends also eligible to receive those meals? So can they receive both a meal stipend and a Eversource provided meal?
They could, depending on, where they are in their workday, but they could, we don't track that, but they could definitely get a meal, but then depending on their hours and where they're at, be entitled to another meal.
Can an Eversource employee, subject to the meal stipend, so a union employee, receive a meal and then also go to one of the restaurants that we saw that they could order a meal and have it given to them? So I'm not talking about when they show up at a location that has a catered stuff, but they go to a dedicated restaurant that are passing through the meals?
Okay, so you're talking about,
The stipend's only if they don't receive a meal. So that's it.
I'm sorry, then that just contradicted.
Yeah.
go ahead, no, I'm sorry.
If we provide them a meal, they do not put in for a meal in their time.
they do not put in, or they're, I'm sorry, I want to think about my question here. They do not put it, what prevents them from putting in?
If they receive a meal or they work through a meal, that's, well, if they work through the meal, they get paid. If they provided a meal, they do not get paid.
Understood, but do they get a meal stipend? The meal stipend.
No, they do not. I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
So if I'm a union, just to clarify, because this topic did confuse us, which is why I'm clarifying. If a union employee worked their normal shift, went into overtime, and then they're entitled to it at an hour and a half after and every 5 hours thereafter, and I see a nodding of the head. If during that time, Eversource provided meals from one of the vendors at the work location, wherever they are, they're not allowed to receive the stipend, or they're not allowed to submit the request for the stipend. I was under the impression that the system automatically captured it, but maybe I was wrong in that assumption.
It's confusing because they may have worked through a meal that they did not take, and then they would get paid.
Will get paid the hours or get paid for the stipend?
I believe the stipend, is that correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So then if they worked through a meal, they wouldn't have received a meal.
Both could occur. It depends on the timing of it, right? But in general, if they're due for a meal and we provide them a meal at that time, then they do not receive the stipend. If they work through their lunch, they still get it. They get the stipend, and we could feed them later in the day. They're eligible for multiple meals throughout the day once they go into overtime, depending on hours worked.
Sure. So, okay.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Thank you. So in terms of being eligible for a stipend, is this something that is automatically added to the pay they receive, or do they have to submit a separate request? I mean, is it just bundled in?
So I believe they have, no, they don't have to submit a, I'm sorry about that.
They have to add it in.
They have to ask for
Yeah.
it.
I'm certain they have to add it in, yes. Yeah.
So they would have to file an affirmative request for payment of a stipend, as opposed to it being automatic. So if you see from their timesheet that they've worked X number of hours that covers lunch, breakfast, and dinner, there would have to be an affirmative request for receipt of that stipend, as opposed to just saying, hey, they work these hours, by union rules, they're entitled to these meals, we're going to automatically pay them. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's sort of the direction in which you were going.
Yes, it was, Commissioner.
They
Thank you.
have to ask, and it has to be approved.
Okay, so it's not an automatic included in it, okay.
Kind of got lost in the, if we feed them, do they get a stipend?
So there has to be an affirmative request for payment of a stipend for meals that is then assessed and paid if deemed they are eligible. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
I do have and that was very helpful for me too, thank you. But I do have a request for a late file, and if it's possible, so I'm going to ask if it's possible. Is the company able to provide a comprehensive listing of all stipends, meal stipends paid to individual employees by year and storm event? I'm basically trying to understand the volume, because when we sampled some of these, I'd like to see it in its entirety versus the couple of samples that we had made. So it would be a system extract for the costs allocated to the storm by employee, number of stipends totaled up by year.
Can we have a moment to confer? Thank you.
It's not possible. Sure, if it's possible.
Yes, it'll be a manual effort, but we could do it.
We will attempt it on the best.
I would just say, while we're searching for whether we can respond quickly to that request, it doesn't necessarily surprise me that there would be a lot of stipends for internal line workers, just because of the timing of when they start and when they finish. So generally, if you're providing a lunch and you're providing, say, an evening dinner, whatever you want to call it, but if they're starting 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, they're not generally finishing until 10 o'clock at night. So in between that time, they're out in the field. So it's not never that they would be at a service center or in a location to get a meal that's been provided, if you will. But for most of the time, they wouldn't get those. And conversely, some of our crews start just because of the rhythm of the storm. They might come in more at like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And again, they're working through the next morning. They're out in the field generally in that kind of noon time frame and that 5 or 6 o'clock time frame. So in those occurrences, generally, they probably would be putting in for and then somebody reviewing and approving the stipend.
I appreciate the clarifications. What you said is actually what we were presuming, and we sampled a few and we found a decent number, and we don't know the magnitude. And based on the way you described it, I would have thought if they're working an 8-hour shift and it starts an hour and a half after and it's every 5 hours after, maybe per day they'd have 2.
So Chairman, what the witness has indicated to us is that it is something we can look at in good faith, but the caveat would be a manual effort. So we will identify in the late file response what we could locate within the time period allotted and any caveats, and then we'll produce witnesses at the late file hearing to respond to any follow-up questions.
Well, okay with that.
Okay, with that, I have late file 9. Please provide a comprehensive listing of meal stipends paid to individual employees by storm event.
Yes.
And you're looking for across the time period where the storms occurred within this docket, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That'll be late file 9.
And our last, well, I'm going to refrain from saying what I was going to say. Next topic, and this is just a few baseline questions here, vendor meals. I have to reread my question here. Am I correct to understand that many of the external vendors, line crews and other vendors, are permitted to bill the company while working on storm remediation? Foundational question.
What specific bill?
Contractually bill for meals.
Yes, so from a logistics perspective, there could be several scenarios, and if helpful, I'll maybe describe a couple. So generally, Eversource strives to provide food in a very efficient manner for our crews. We usually have designated locations where those crews, both our internal and our external crews, can go to pick up their, could be box lunches, could be buffet locations. We tend to try to have that in a ready package scenario so that we can limit the amount of time they're waiting for ordering their food. They have to sit and wait for it to be prepared, obviously pay the bill, et cetera. So we try to limit any instance where the crews have to sit for an extended period of time. There are situations, depending on the circumstances of the storm, where we may be working in an area where there aren't very many food locations that can serve hundreds of crews at the same time. Northwest corner of the state comes to mind. And in those locations, or in those situations, the crews would be directed to use a meal ticket if there is a local establishment that takes our meal tickets. And if they're in a remote location, they can actually expense the meal based on that specific circumstance. And that would be something that was discussed with the external resource field coordinator to validate that it was an appropriate use of an expensed item.
Great. So my only question is tied to what you just said. If the external vendor was to utilize a Eversource meal, meaning they receive one of the meals that Eversource provides, how does the company ensure that they're then not billing for the stipend that's permitted in the contract?
It's based on the discussion with the external resource field coordinator that's with them throughout the day based on what they're doing. However, we have to remember that the crews are working very extended shifts. They're performing very manual labor. And the expectation is that we're providing them with hearty meals throughout the day. If a contracted crew or even an internal crew has the need to have an additional meal or snack throughout the day to make sure that they are being able to perform their duties safely, we don't discourage them to grab a second box meal that they'll have throughout the day.
So that wasn't my question. My question was if they were provided a meal, a boxed meal, whether they take a second or what, how does the company ensure that they're not then billing the contractual stipend amount that allows for them to charge for meals?
So in the review of the invoicing process, we would be checking in with the external resource field coordinator to validate whether they had indicated that they missed a meal or not, and then we would approve the invoice appropriately.
Okay. My last question before I hand it over to Attorney Lopez. And this was a last minute ad here. Does the company have a process where it logs any car versus pole or other situations where damage should be billed to a third party during a storm event? I'm not specifically pointing to existing discovery.
So, so car versus pole, if we have a known occurrence with the known party that caused the damage, a separate work order is established, and that isn't in the storm.
So we in the documentation in the record, we saw a number of car versus pole situations, and one of them, in fact, was an error that was corrected. They weren't billed to a different work order. So how do you ensure that they generally are?
So generally when that information comes in from the field, then we'll make sure we set the work order up. In many cases, though, we need to know the damaging party, right? So especially if it's bad weather, we may not have a known cause of who caused the damage, and that wouldn't get the separate work order. But typically, if it's a known that we know the parties that did it, it would set up. It may, the information is to come from the field.
So is it fair to say that the accounting function relies on the field to tell them there was a car versus pole? Again, I'm just trying to understand if there's a
Yes.
process.
So we'd need to know from the field of if there was damage. That would generate the work order.
Yeah, motor vehicle accidents were made for us aware of them from fire and police in the towns. They call in and let us know. That's how we initiate the documentation typically.
But if it's during a storm event, wires might be down or a pole might be down for various reasons. So
If it's a motor vehicle accident, it comes in from the fire and police through our FPS call lines. That's how we're usually made aware of it.
okay.
We're not out there identifying that there's a vehicle accident first. That's the towns.
Understood. Again, it was a last minute ad. I wasn't
Yeah,
quite sure what I
no.
was expecting of it.
There's a process there for it that is the same in blue sky as it is in a storm, so.
Okay.
And we also, when we set out the storm work order, we put that in the charging instructions. If something is identified as a car versus pole, to set up a separate work order.
You're giving those instructions to whom?
So when we send out the storm work order, everybody.
Oh, to all.
To all, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And unless Attorney Sahi has anything, this should be the last little group from us. If I could refer you to the company's response to EOE 795. And this is on the meals topic, not exactly the same, but just kind of trying to get a picture of how folks are chosen.
While we're waiting, I'll just add that, these work that the workers do is very strenuous. It's important to understand they may need more meals than what we can provide them. They're burning a hell of a lot of calories. Some of these jobs require them to climb these poles, do the work while they stand on a pole. It's not as straightforward as you think, that we give them a box lunch and they're good to go.
No, I certainly understand, having been in the Navy, so I understand the manual labor of that. Thank you. And I'm going to kind of read the question again because, because this also refers back to your response to EOE 738 as well. So I just EOE 738, which, EOE 795 refers back to, just so we have that. So the question was refer to response to EOE 738, Exhibit CLP 47 MS 23D, revised, and Exhibit CLP 47B, confidential, page 1 and 2. The company's response to EOE 738 included discussion of 2 charges placed with Newtown Deli and included the corresponding invoices, attachment 1 and 2. The response also identified that the invoices reflected a charge of $54 per person, excluding tax and tip, or an actual total charge of $63.22 per person for each meal lunch. And so, because the attachments 1 and 2, those were invoices at the Cheshire AWC and the Hartford AWC for identical, each AWC had 190 people. And it was $12,012.07 respectively for each of those 2 invoices. And so we asked, identify if the company had pursued any lower cost vendors for similar lunch options. And I didn't see in the response what, I can't, if you could point me to where in your response you say how Newtown Deli was chosen for a $63.22 per person lunch for 380 people, or that would just happen to be the only place during that event. See if you could respond to that.
So I'll start it off and hopefully others can help me. So generally, from a food perspective, we look for preferred vendors throughout the state. We set up arrangements with them based on meals and pricing sheets that allow us to have awareness ahead of time of what those costs will be. And we plan to utilize those as our first tier options to make sure that we're managing the response, the orders, and the overall cost in alignment with all of our ERP expectations. The challenge that we have in many cases, and this one was a situation where we were in the middle of a snowstorm. It was a very large order that was not planned for days in advance like we would typically have for some of the larger events. And as a result, the order was placed with a vendor that does not have those prescribed terms and conditions. And the reason for that is because oftentimes when it's a last minute event, we have to make sure that it's a location that can deliver, and it can also provide a very large amount of food with very little notice. And so, if you think about if you're planning an event for your own personal reasons, let's say a birthday party, and you place, you reach out to a restaurant and ask them to put in a catering order, they need time to prepare. They need to go purchase their supplies. And so there's oftentimes very few vendors that have that immediate response capabilities for large orders. So typically if we're ordering a handful of sandwiches or something like that, there's many opportunities to order them locally. But in these situations where you're ordering last minute during a snowstorm, oftentimes those vendors shut down during snowstorms because they can't get their personnel there. We will have to look for alternative options, which in some cases are higher than we would prefer to pay if we had the ability to go to our preferred vendors.
Okay, thank you. So I also, I appreciate that response. So so just to be clear, so in certain circumstances, and you're saying this specific place, Newtown Deli, as it were, was not a preferred vendor.
think it's been asked and answered and
I was just asking for clarification.
Okay, proceed to answer.
Is that correct?
That's correct. We did not have that specified menu pre-established as part of our terms and conditions.
Okay, and so, is this, when this request went out, was it for same day? I'm just, was this a same day request?
I'd have to confirm that, but I assume based on the details in the response.
Just one moment. Appreciate it. That is all we have. Thank you.
All right. I was just pausing because it didn't seem, okay. It's 3:49. We have OCC next. They have many hours of cross reserved. So why don't we take a 10-minute break and get an hour done of OCC and then call it a day at 5 o'clock? Does that work? Okay, so we'll come back at 4 p.m.